construction and yeah, Yale and Elmore aren't sure will be someone to you know, where is that?
Oh, you just exited.
Oh, watch this. Yes, our first three slides is just our logo, our name, and then mission. And as we discussed, if there's two slides that we just read all the text off of, this is the other one for it, and the call to action. They all, I really liked what y'all were envisioning for the call to action slide. Alex, nice shoes. People won't be able to tell us apart.
Actually,
With our green corduroy.
I'm wearing a lot of corduroy today.
And a lot of green.
Yeah, I did. Totally forgot it was St. Patrick's Day.
Where's yours?
Same.
I guess that counts.
Oh, my box is
It is comprised of as many sectors of our community that we can have present. Public health has been a huge partner on this, but it truly is led by our youth. And the premise and idea was reevaluating our community and our culture that we have here in Aspen, and ensuring that we are not just catering to the people who are coming in, but to our youth who live here. And that we have a culture that really strives to be inclusive of them, but also that strives to have health, wellness, and resiliency as the lead. And I don't know that we've always done that. So this past year of us getting started, what we asked from our youth was for them to show us what Pitkin County and Aspen looks like from their eyes. So today is one of their first presentations of this outside of our coalition. It's called their Photo Voice presentation, and I'm gonna pass it off to them because I think what they have to say is a lot more important than what I have to say.
Patty, could you send the Kleenex this way? Kleenex. Thank you.
Just remember, folks, red light is on and keep like 6 inches.
Send that down, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Is this better than school?
We'll see. We'll see.
I don't know if the kids last week doing the tobacco thing felt that way.
Yeah.
That was long.
Okay.
And you're welcome to introduce yourself as well.
You have to speak into a mic, and the red light needs to be
Should I introduce
on.
everybody?
That'll be great. Thank
What,
you.
the red light
Perfect
needs to be
start.
Red light is on.
It's on?
And
Okay.
you can bring up extra chairs, just drag them up here, we're good.
All right. I'm Yale Giesel. I'm a junior at Aspen High School. This is Eleanor Carroll. She's a senior. What's her name?
My name's Layla.
This is Layla. Sorry.
This is Isla Rich. So, yeah.
Go ahead.
Talk to the mic.
Hi, I'm Isla Rich. I'm also one of the youth advocates for Healthy Futures.
Oh, I'm Layla. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm a freshman. Hi, I'm Edie.
Okay, so we started. We started to create the Photo Voice project. I'd say probably about a year ago, and since then it's been through a lot of different revisions and a lot of different drafts, and everybody's looked at it. And I think that we're really confident in it thus far. We've worked really hard on going out to the community and getting pictures of things that we feel are meaningful, and then actually putting the meaning behind them and putting it into words, what we think is being depicted. So we're really excited to share this with you. Oh, okay. So here's that. So just a little bit about us and the mission through the Photo Voice project.
Yeah, so as we've kind of established already, the Youth Advocates for Healthy Futures, we're a group of middle school and high school students who are working to educate our peers and other people in our community about substance abuse and or misuse, and just to build a community that fosters resilience and healthy futures for local youth. And so our goal is just to educate everyone about, you know, the facts about it, the dangers behind substances, and just to, you know, establish a better foundation and baseline for our younger youth, and just going forward, you know, some, I guess, like other things you can do instead of substances. And through the Photo Voice, we've aimed to just kind of show how normalized substances are in everyone's day-to-day lives, especially in Aspen, given that it's a big party town. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, and I think that a big thing with the Photo Voice project is, I think through creating it, I've realized how like focused on parents, I guess it is, and the impact that parents can have on their youth. Because as you'll see, there's a lot of very small things that can be fixed very easily, that can be changed very easily, that aren't, and that are that causes teens to be, and youth, and just young kids in general, to be exposed to illicit substances and alcohol, mostly alcohol, basically every day. So I feel like, yeah, it shows, like our little blurb says, I think it serves as a warning to how, like, people and teens and children in our community can perceive substance use because they just see it every day. They come into contact with it every day.
Yeah, and so other than educating, students and our peers, we really want to educate parents and the adults in our community, because oftentimes that is the root of where all of this begins in a child's life.
To start off here, you can see a marijuana dispensaries that are right next to like local hangout places for teenagers in the valley. And I think this really shows that even when kids do want to kind of have like time to themselves, social time outside of school and outside of home, oftentimes it's kind of disrupted because they're constantly being exposed to substances even when they don't necessarily mean to. So it's easy to see how substances become normalized in the minds of our youth.
A big factor is like your parents. Kids' parents like often consume alcohol like in the house and then like might have a cooler for it or leave it out on the counter, and it really influences kids to just like think about it more. And like studies have shown that even like when you're just thinking about something more and more, like the more likely you are to interact with it.
These are also more examples of parents and family managing their drinking and substance use irresponsibly. In these images, you're seeing different substances being left out in places that teens or kids could even really easily access them. And as we've kind of emphasized, when kids and teens are repeatedly exposed to substances in any form, it creates a normalization of substances in their lives. It makes them might make them more likely to try it themselves, or it may just like not be kind of a crazy thing to them. Like it just becomes normal in their lives to interact with.
These are also examples of mismanagement of alcohol in a household. As you can see in both of them, water bottles, drinks are next to alcohol, and I think the issue here isn't immediately obvious, but when you think about it, the normalization of accessibility to alcohol can be really effective to teens, and it can also allow them to, if they ever wanted to, simply take something.
Okay, I'll do this one. So this is just an example of how sayings are normalized. I mean, this is a coaster, which, is likely from a bar or some sort of event. But when teens and younger people are exposed to this, it alters their thinking almost to think that this is normal and that this is something that they should be engaging with at a young age. And like sayings like this, it implies that stuff like drinking and substances are no big deal and that it's just something that everyone does, when in reality it's, it can be normalized, especially in communities like this, but to the extent that it has become normalized here, it's not normal for teenagers and younger people to be thinking that, which ultimately results in harmful usage and unsafe usage at ages under 21.
Here's a popular thing. It's just getting sponsorships from an alcohol company or a substance company. What I find interesting that I learned recently is about misinformation and just ignorance generally, is that what's often not taught in schools, doctors' offices, etc. is the harm of especially alcohol. In Aspen and especially the US, it's a big thing that smoking and vaping can give you lung cancer, but what they don't teach you is that alcohol has essentially the same effect. I was talking with my grandma who was visiting for the weekend, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I went to the doctor's office today and he gave me a real pep talk about alcohol consumption." He was saying that it has the same effect as like tobacco use, even though like usually people think of it as like a less harmful sort of substance.
And I just kind of want to add on to this and talk about the photo. Given that we are a town that hosts these big sponsored events such as X Games, Palm Tree Festival, Up in the Sky, Jazz Aspen, you know, so much stuff that teens are often attending, you know, with their friends, family, whatever. They are exposed to these sponsorships, which therefore inclines them to want to try these, to have fun at these events. But what we need to, you know, kind of show is that there's other ways to have fun without engaging in substances, and a lot of times they're put in dangerous positions when there are, you know, open bars at stuff like these, because it is easy to access stuff like alcohol and stuff at these big events, and it ends up being quite dangerous for themselves and the others around them.
And also, just it's really important to make sure that companies that are sponsoring events like X Games and Palm Tree Festival are being very responsible with the ways in which they market their product and if they want to give out their product. Because I was not at the X Games this year or at the Palm Tree Festival, but I've heard stories. I'm not entirely sure of the validity of the stories, but I've heard people saying that there was a company that was handing out vapes without checking IDs, and then also I've heard that a lot of stands at the Palm Tree Festival were not really checking IDs, and it would be very easy to like have a friend that is of age go and get a bunch of drinks for everybody and bring them to people that are underage. So I think that, you know, as far as a more applicable or like more attainable goal for what you guys could potentially start to work towards is just really, you know, making sure that everything's well enforced at these festivals, because I mean, I think they are becoming like quite a big issue among high school students.
This picture is an example of more constructive behaviors for teens to engage in. I think although substances, specifically alcohol, are influenced and, you know, exposure is inevitable, it's really up to the teen and their guardian to develop a firm belief system for what they think about alcohol and other substances, and start looking for alternative ways for teens to have fun without alcohol or drugs.
So and some of our other members of the Youth Advocates for Healthy Futures, we also have 2 posters here that were kind of designed so that they could go up anywhere, like around the bulletins in the school, just around the community, and that it can serve as a way of both educating our parents and our teachers and the people who have influence in our community, as well as promoting healthy habits for teens like us. So I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to show the video right now.
Aspen is a very touristic town. Drugs and illicit substances are very
Drugs are
normalized.
promoted in a very casual way in Aspen. You walk past signs that promote drugs and alcohol on the way to go to sports practice.
It's important that people recognize that it's not just tourists who are looking to party who are seeing these things, such as advertisements for drinking or encouraging you to smoke, but it's also the kids in our community as well.
It can be very harmful to see these promotions, as it just creates normalization of drug use in our community.
We're looking to prevent and try to help misuse with them.
And this is something that needs to change so we can change the culture of Aspen and build a stronger community.
And now finally we have some information on what we want you guys and some of the other people that have a lot of influence in our community to do in order to make Aspen a safer and a more healthy place for youth. We want to kind of move away from the current culture we think exists in our valley around permissiveness and kind of a lack of responsibility. And we want people to act, we want the adults in our community to act as better role models, and we want to live in a community that encourages teens to have better choices and to prioritize their futures.
Some ways that we think you guys could help with this is one of our goals that we have kind of created is maybe getting discounts for students in the town of Aspen, because something we think would be really beneficial to substance prevention is having more third spaces and more activities for teens to do that don't involve substances and where they aren't exposed to substances necessarily. So if we can't create new third spaces, one way we could kind of turn some space that already exist into them is maybe having these discounts for students at restaurants or other places in Aspen, because for a lot of teens it's pretty expensive to just go get lunch with your friends in Aspen. So something that could be beneficial is working with restaurants to get some student discounts. Another idea is potentially creating a youth space within the Armory Center, and also we have been starting to work with the Aspen Youth Center to try and better that space as well. Again, that's just kind of one of our goals, is to create more third spaces and have those opportunities.
Yeah. So
that's our call to action. I want to say out loud for this group. Yes, I just want to say that this group is very brave. I think that it's challenging to take pictures of your own environment and your peers' environment and highlight the things that are creating some of these unhealthy opportunities for substance misuse and to ask for changes. I agree. I can't afford to go out to eat in Aspen, so how do we expect our youth to? And to have a space to go that's not just wandering around town looking for trouble. So I think I'm grateful for this group of kids who has been very dedicated to this work for the last year, and thank you for hearing them.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you mind if we ask you a couple questions?
Absolutely.
Thanks for leaning in. Greg.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thanks for bringing it in. There's some interesting things to think about here.
Greg's a photographer, by the way, so he might critique the
I'm not going It looks like you've done some correction even on the text since I saw the first draft. Is that possible? Possibly.
It's possible.
What I'm going to say is stay focused on what you're doing, and I'm proud of you. Be bold. You're being bold here, and that is the best thing. Speak up. Tell people what it is you want. And that's great, and so I really appreciate it. Some of you are on stage often, and often have no public, concern about being shy in public. Is that right, Eleanor?
That is right.
It doesn't bother, but you're others. It takes a lot of courage to come up here and get before a group of strangers. So thank you for coming, and really appreciate it. I was actually surprised in some of the pictures, because it never occurred to me there was a pot shop right next to New York Pizza. Yeah. And that was like the one that slapped me, that, wow, I've never really paid attention to this. But you're pointing out something which is, we're so used to it in our community that we don't even notice it anymore. And it seemed that when I was a kid, the alcohol cabinet was usually kept away from the refrigerator and all that stuff. And I didn't have parents who drank, and I didn't. Of course, we had access, but it was harder back when I was a kid to gain access to alcohol than it is now. Right now, it's in the fridge next to the milk, or So you've pointed out some things that hadn't occurred to me, and I want to thank you for that. Regarding third spaces, you've got 2 on the list. Keep looking for more. Regarding discounts, you probably need to elaborate a bit more on that, because like discounts, I love discounts, but let's make. I get the point, like places where you can afford to go and have a cup of coffee or lunch. Yes, I'm with you on that. So I think you opened my eyes here, and I didn't expect to have my eyes opened, like, oh, I already know all this, right? But no, you did, and I appreciate that. Thank you. And also I see one of you is wearing green today. Come on, what's up with this?
I don't think I own any green.
Yale squeaks in under the line. And then Eleanor, you're gonna have to tell us at some point what happened. Like why is your neck?
Oh, I was on stage Saturday night, and I just moved my head or my neck in the wrong way, and I pulled a muscle on stage. So this is just like a heating pad, kind of.
Through the show.
I did. Alex could have gone on for me. She was my understudy, but I toughed it out.
Right. Well, Willow loved it.
Yes, I loved seeing.
We heard it was great.
there.
Yeah.
Francie.
Sorry, I missed it.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I run Fat Belly Burgers in Carbondale, and that is a third space for sure. So we don't serve any alcohol there, never have. And, you know, it used to be a place where teenagers and middle schoolers would hang out a lot, especially after school and First Fridays. I have to say it's probably mostly middle school now. I think the high school kids have figured out things a little more entertaining than downtown Carbondale. I'm not exactly sure what. But it is definitely a gathering space for middle schoolers. And it would be great if we had a place like that in Aspen that had no alcohol served at all, had outdoor space to hang out. And so that is something to think about as you guys get older and think about your community and how you want it to develop. Because I've had a lot of kids say to me that Fat Belly sort of saved them when they were young because they could always go there. And it's also a first job for a whole lot of kids in high school where they can work without being exposed to alcohol. So I think if Aspen had a place like that, it'd be great. And I have to say I was very influenced by the picture of refrigerators. Mm-hmm. I hadn't actually thought about that. And so I am thinking about it now. I'm thinking about my grandkids and their parents' fridges. And my fridge has occasionally a couple of beers that somebody left there. I don't like beer, but it's often in there. And my grandkids open up the refrigerator and see stuff all the time. And I never thought about that before, so thank you for that.
Of course. Do you want to follow up?
I mean, yeah, it is a good point about having a first job that's not exposed to alcohol at all, because I do remember my first job was working at the theater over there in town, and I remember, like, they do serve alcohol, but they did a pretty bad job of making sure somebody who was like over 18 was there to serve it at all times. So sometimes I'd have to be like, I'd have angry customers yell at me because I wouldn't give them alcohol when I was like 15 and our manager was like still downstairs. So that is a interesting point of like maybe, you know, trying to ensure that businesses are like correctly managing the alcohol that they serve, especially places like that where a lot of teenagers work.
Mm-hmm. And relatively, I do think that Aspen does a good job of, you know, for people's first job, you know, it's usually like a retail place, or my first job was Red Fox Frozen Yogurt. But, you know, it just, a lot of times people are like hosts or hostesses, waiters, waitresses, so it's, you know, just kind of finding that line and making sure that kids aren't exposed to it too much while still being able to have those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely speak to like needing to serve alcohol or like being exposed to it at a first job. My first job was at the Anderson Ranch Cafe, where I, you know, constantly had people wanting to buy alcohol from me, you know, getting mad when I needed to get an adult to sell it for me. And it was the first year I was out of middle school, so I was only about 13 at the time. So the like exposure is definitely there, and it definitely starts like younger than I think people even realize.
And just listening to you there, first off, thanks for coming. That was wonderful. These three examples of just being Anderson Ranch at the theater, it's like those aren't even places where we would picture there being much exposure, right. But yet even there is. And I think it's lost on us sometimes as you get older that you don't even notice it. Like Greg said, it's all around us. And, you know, I just came back from lunch by the Gondola Plaza, and it's like hardly go by a day there without some alcohol tent pop up out there. And this is a family activity. We send all the families by with, you know, everywhere you turn, it's either Veuve Clicquot or whoever the local sponsor is for the latest concert. And I do think we could probably do better, and this is an eye-opener, what we can do potentially, and we could talk about it. But, you know, if we're talking about special events in county parks and stuff, maybe it's worth, you know, talking about how much logo and labeling and marketing there is there. I do think that we could do more. But you should keep doing what you're doing, because you wouldn't know this, but through the decades, I mean, there was a time when there are cigarette ads on TV, and because people push back. There's countless examples of calls to action like your own that have actually resulted in incremental changes, and it's not for nothing. Like, it makes a difference, and just you being here has kind of shown us a lot. So thank you for that.
Of course.
Thank you.
Are you going?
No, go ahead.
I have just one more comment. So one of my sons used to drink beer and wine and you know, whiskey and stuff, and even smoked pot. And then when he had kids, when they were younger, he continued on. And then one day he had this realization, like, what, is this the kind of father I want to be? And he quit everything. And his kids are teenagers now, and so they don't have drinking in the home, and he doesn't smoke pot anymore. And it was pretty amazing, because I just never thought I would see this particular person do that. But he just looked at what it meant to be a father of, his daughter's too young, but of sons who are watching him come home and have a couple of drinks, and he's like, I don't want to be that kind of dad.
Yeah.
So I do think you guys are right that the parents are key in this, but you also have to have an avenue when they're not operating that way.
Yeah, totally.
You know, and so for many kids, I think they have to find some other way. And obviously, the most reasonable one is your peers. So if you have peers who are not interested in using, it's going to make your lives a lot easier. And I'm sure all of you are aware of that. But I was just thinking, you know, that you have the parents who make that commitment, but most parents don't.
Yeah, totally.
Patty.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest transition is when you come from a safe environment, you go to college. They don't call colleges party schools without a reason. My husband and his brother, who had a master's in teaching and taught at Aspen Middle School, they went to Wasted State. If that tells you what the party school nature of Western State used to be. I don't know what it is now. I grew up with a father who was a chain smoker and an alcoholic, who died of lung cancer, exacerbated by his use of alcohol. I have 2 older sisters. None of us, including my mother, smoked. My mother used to drink Thunderbird, which was a really horrible wine. And when I tasted it, it took me a long time to get over that because it was really horrible. I think there's a benefit in some ways of learning how to be responsible with moderation, which is a tough line to draw. What does that mean for people? But when you're going out into a world where it's always prevalent around you and you go to a nice dinner and you have a good glass of red wine, I don't think, I'm a nurse, and I don't think one glass of good red wine is harmful to your health. In some ways it assists issues related to your health, but you need to know when to call it a day. And I think that's what young people have not developed, that ability to say, you know, I'm not old enough, it's not legal, and start at an early age of how you can be responsible and respectful. And I also, looking at the sheriff who's sitting behind you, I know that every effort is made at events. So everybody who's over 21 has a bracelet. So an officer or somebody who's security working the event can look at somebody who's drinking a cocktail and doesn't have a bracelet on. It's a great way for enforcement. And that's when you get in the door, if you don't get a bracelet, even I would have to have a bracelet if I wanted to have a glass of wine or something. But I think that's a really good way for our law enforcement and for the event, the people who are holding the events, planning the events, can get a better grip on, because I know the drinks get passed around the table and nobody's watching. Yeah, but somebody's watching. So we need to make sure we have that keen eye on those events as they move forward. Thank you, guys. I think what you're doing is very brave and very bold, and I wish you good luck. Oh, my late husband also started the first youth center. Used to be in the basement underneath the Hotel Jerome. This was many, many years ago. And then I was on the Board of Commissioners when we opened the youth center right behind us here, next to the jail. And I think the Armory would be a great spot. So if you need any help convincing the city, let us know.
Sounds good.
We can talk to those guys about it.
For sure.
So I think the sign of a good team is you all use the same language. That you clearly, you know, if you think about firms that are great at marketing, they generally use the same language. So whether you're looking at Microsoft or a tech company, the fact that you all believe the same thing. So I think, you know, my takeaways were normalize exposure, accessibility, misinformation. You kept coming back to those same sort of 4 points. I agree with you. As someone who works in town, there's a lack of affordable third spaces.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know how we fix that. And then I will also say that we'll take seriously, we're the approving agent for some of the events that you mentioned. And I don't think we you know, when we think about health, safety, and welfare, we think about the carrying capacity, or what could an event hold? Even, you know, what does this room hold? And so it was nice to hear your perspective of, well, maybe we need to start the student discounts, you know, and think about hydrating drinks at events like Up in the Sky.
Totally.
And so, you know, is that $1 lemonade? I don't know. But is it working more closely without being too strong-handed with the promoters, and get to a medium where it, you know, that is, you know, a third space to see country music out at Buttermilk.
Yeah. And something I want to emphasize is we're not trying to like completely disband these events, because like I'm aware it's a big source of our community's income, you know. It's, you know, it really, yeah, it's a big deal for like small businesses, whatever. But just, you know, within the events, providing better security measures and whatnot when it comes to children accessing this kind of stuff.
Totally.
What I thought was interesting, like you said, that we all have like the same purpose and the same like language. I thought was interesting was that we met with Soundcheck however many days ago. Me and Edie were there, and a big question they asked each of us was, what is your why? Like, why are you here? And we went around and like we said different things, and it was like all different. Like it was all like I'm really interested in like a cultural shift around like you know, like homophobic like comments and stuff. Like that's my why, but everyone else had like a different one that they were so passionate about, and I thought that was really interesting, like how we've all come here with a different reason to all like come to make one big change.
Good for you guys.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys. You've made an impact.
Yeah, great presentation. You should, and I know you're proud of them. We're proud of you too.
And we'll be back. This isn't our last call to action. I'm sure.
Well, we will be here.
Thank you guys so much for letting us come and talk to you guys. It was good to.
Great opportunity.
Very fun, yeah.
So now your last name again?
Giesel.
So are you related to?
Yes.
You know, I get that all the time too. Are you related to? Yes, 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 yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for ending with call to action. Thank you for challenging the board, and thank you for addressing the board so eloquently. So we really appreciate your time as well. So thank you.
And if you want to get out of class again, just let us know. We'll call you.
Yeah. Michael, did you want to take us out? Any closing comments?
This is their day.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just proud.
Thanks for being here, Michael.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'll get it.
You don't have to be
I'm just
back
gonna
till
stop
at
sharing
least
real
4
quickly.
o'clock, and then the day's over, right? So.
School's fun. What are you talking about?
On a sunny day.
Where your friends are.
So Jim. Thank you so much, Kayla.
No, last time than they asked for.
Eventually, yes. Mine.
We would love for you to join us early. That'll be great. If you want to join us early.
Yes, but we gotta get the. We're a little early. We gotta get the slides. Yeah.
Oh, is that okay? He doesn't.
Hi, Meg.
Hi.
Yeah.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you. Guess what came in my mail yesterday? My
Again,
old
we went
Mexican
every time
train
and said,
set.
is that the time?
I had to get a new one because I couldn't find my old one.
We challenge it.
So we played last night.
I want to do it. Please give me a rain check. Where do you want me?
You wanna sit there?
I don't care.
Do you have the agenda? No, this agenda.
No, right here is fine. If you sit right closer to each other.
Well, there's gonna be a
Oh,
bunch of
yes.
them.
So
Thank you, Michaela.
I think we'll need your slides.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Trying to help.
So for those of you that are watching on Grassroots, we're wrangling a few more airport folks in the room. If it sounds like chaos,
Been a while, Brad.
it is.
Miles, we need Miles on there, and that should.
That's good. I'm like,
that should be it.
Ryan, do you want to promote GR and Abe as well?
And I got it covered.
So I'm gonna be. I'll sit next to Brad.
And that's the way you get to your back. Okay, good. I'm doing that right too.
Go ahead. About at
Promoting.
3:30.
Like, they don't need to speak today.
No, God.
Yeah.
We had to stop our once a year board retreat so they could go to.
Hey,
Hi.
Yes.
No, I do too.
Sure
You,
is.
this is what
are you
Kelly
here
did.
for the week or just for the wedding?
Whole week?
I
Yeah.
have it in my socks.
AAB meeting on Thursday?
Oh, good.
Somewhere, yes.
Let me know when you're on Zoom and I
But I
can
know,
take it
I
from there.
spaced
and
it
also
this morning.
have the PowerPoint.
I go into the public portal too, but Kelly did this, and you can click on topics.
Very well. They had,
These guys just keep popping up.
I know, right?
Packet.
interview
and
for
looking
the
at
term
I like that.
today. They're starting submitting the
Like from
runway.
here.
Yeah, so you
airfields
can
are
just-
starting to submit
should I just go to the
so
BoCC
everything's kind of right on
website?
track.
Go there. Is Ryan here?
Yeah.
Really good candidates.
You
They're
guys
very
did, but,
encouraged by the team.
It's
It's not as good. Kelly showed me
I
that,
think
but I
everybody's
didn't take it on.
Just join me
optimistic.
from there. I'll
You guys ready to roll?
Almost.
People you've worked with.
Waiting for.
Yeah.
Then we'll
Yeah, big
So,
challenge. These are
believe it or not,
Yeah.
most of what we do on the Board of County Commissioners is wait for PowerPoint.
on both the runway and the terminal. Yeah.
meeting files.
That's
we
okay.
have 3 of them.
So I launched PowerPoint
To meeting link.
with
You'll just
with Office
need,
10, and it
whoops.
was the death of Clippy. It was when they got rid of Clippy.
Just need the passcode.
And
in there that
it
I
was
clicked
myself
out of
with
the
Jeff
picture.
Bezos and this guy Bill Gates, and yeah, PowerPoint hasn't improved in the 20 years since we launched Office 10.
Yeah, but those two have, so.
Yeah, their net worth might have changed relative to mine and that presentation, but it was about 7,000 people that day. It was kind of cool.
You know, I tried to count all the acronyms in this AIS.
We're going to start the presentation.
And I lost
and you're gonna
count.
go after the 3 of us.
Is it okay if I forward this to Julie McCluskey?
Of course.
Because it gives her the background and everything.
Yeah. The,
It's good, it's well written, because it avoids
yeah, you'll see my writing.
conservative, diplomatic.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Okay.
used to have
That's
all the
speaking of which.
acronyms used it by FAA. It was about this thick. So I just make them up.
And again, apologies for those of you that are on Grassroots. Kim's ready to roll. I'm ready to roll.
Yeah, go get a nice tea.
I just have my elderflower tea here, so learning from the youngins, we hydrate during meetings. I really, the old days with PowerPoint, wouldn't you make things on the screen that would appear? So happy St. Patrick's Day. We appreciate Meg and her sweater, well represented at the table. Kim, could we please focus in on Meg's sweater? Oh, now we have PowerPoint.
Jeffrey, it's not St. Patrick's
So,
Hey, you're muted in the room. No.
Can you hear us now?
yeah.
We can.
They can hear us. We can hear them.
Hi, sorry, we're back on.
Excellent.
Hello, good
Okay.
afternoon.
So I'll just turn it over to Ryan, but in the room we have Joe, Meg, Brad, Ryan, Charles, Rich, Carson?
Carter.
I was like seven for 8.
Joe, did you say Joe?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll go ahead and kick it off. I was going to introduce the names, but I don't have to do that now. But yeah, so we're going to actually do sort of a 3-part presentation update today. We're going to talk a little bit about the modernization program, which is what's up on the screen today. That'll take a quick look at sort of where we are and where we are going, with a little touch of finance in there. And then we are going to talk with Miles and Meg. We'll get a communications update. And then we will have some of our design team representatives, Charles and Rich. They will come up and talk a little bit about where we are in the design process. So I think Joe's going to start us off today with an update on runway and airfield and terminal update.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So we're just going to kind of give you an overall update on the design progress, and the upcoming milestones, and then as well as our construction manager at risk procurements. We've got both projects, the runway and the terminal, in the procurement phase for these contractors. So starting with the runway, we've got Kimley Horn is our design team. You've met them before. The enabling work package, the 60% package, was submitted last week, so we've got that in hand. We're reviewing that now, as well as the FAA. The 90% package is due by June 15th, and that ultimately is when the pricing for the enabling work is due to the FAA. So in a similar vein, the runway relocation project is in full process right now. The 30% design is due in early April. 60% design will be due in mid-July, and then 90% design is due middle of October. Now the de-ice pad, the taxiway alpha, and commercial apron, those aren't currently eligible for FAA reimbursement, so those will be final designed in the future. Right now they've done the preliminary layout of those for the 15% master civil design, but the final design will come later in the process. So for the runway construction manager at risk procurement, we did receive final proposals yesterday from our 3 shortlisted firms. We're interviewing those 3 firms next week, and we hope to make a selection by the end of this month. And so we're planning on issuing the contract and notice to proceed in early April. That will allow them to get right to work on pricing the enabling work that has to happen yet this year. So any questions so far on that? If not, moving on to the terminal and landside project. Our schematic design is 50% complete now. The full schematic design package will be completed by May 1, and that's going to include a phase 1 approach to meet our current budget target. So it's going to be kind of a 2-pronged final schematic design package. And then we'll enter design development phase, which is due by middle to late August, and then our construction documents for the terminal package will be done in mid-January. So similar to the runway CMAR procurement, we've offset the terminal procurement by about 2 months. So we just received statements of qualifications for the terminal CMARs on March 6th. We've started interviewing those firms this week. We had one earlier this morning, and we have 2 more on Thursday. We will shortlist firms for that procurement, just like we did on the runway project, and we'll issue an RFP for initial opinions of probable construction costs for the terminal and landside improvements. And that will be based on the schematic design plans that ZGF is preparing now. So we will get their final proposals with their opinions of probable construction costs back on May 22nd, and we will do interviews that last week in May, and we hope to make a selection by June 1, and similarly have them under contract and working towards initial and final guaranteed maximum prices thereafter. So that's kind of the overview of both projects and the CMAR procurements. So program finance, Brad, do you want to take this?
Sure. So we've been hunting for money for a while now. We've got a couple of grants that are in that we're expecting any day now, just under 20 million, 2 separate grants. We've also been working with the FAA to get them to kind of commit to how they're going to fund the runway project. So far, they've indicated, I wouldn't say committed just yet, but I think they're certainly close to committing, approximately another 190 million. So 30 million this year, and then another 80 million in 2027 and in 2028. So it gives us a total of about 210 million for the airfield. Based on the current cost estimate, we're going to need some more federal funding. So we're working closely with the FAA to try and get them to pony up some additional monies. Maybe that could be through extra funds that are available this year, that grants that get turned back to them, as well as what could happen beyond 2028. In addition, we've got the ATP grant that we've applied for, nearly $15 million that's in there, but that's for the terminal. So I'm kind of separating the airfield and the terminal. So the 210 million that we're anticipating getting federal funds for, as I said, it's probably short of what we really need for our full airfield, not just the runway, but the de-ice pad, the commercial apron, and taxiway alpha. So we'll continue to kind of push on them to try and get them to commit additional funds. We take all that information and for the moment, let's just assume it's 210 million, because that's kind of what the FAA has indicated that they're prepared to provide for this project. We're taking that money and we're applying that, we're giving all that information to Ricondo and Associates, the financial consultant, and they're doing we've done a cash flow model for them. They have all of the funding assumption sources and uses of funds, including the 210 million from the FAA, along with the CFCs and the PFCs and the airport revenue and all that. They'll come up with sort of a cash flow analysis that will then get coordinated with Piper Sandler, who's the bond counsel, and they will figure out how much money we need to borrow to cover the difference between what we have sources of funds for and what we need uses of funds for. And they'll do a bond feasibility study. So that bond analysis and the bond feasibility study will be done later in Q2, and then we'll have a program budget established and we'll sort of kind of move forward from there. Any questions on the plan of finance?
Yeah, so indicated. That doesn't sound that great to me after the ones that we've had canceled so far. I'm on the River District. We've lost 40 million that had been awarded to us and withdrawn. So what is the occurrence of that kind of situation with the FAA? Is that happening?
Well, it's a very unique time in the federal government right now. The indications from the FAA are that they are going to come with everything they have to make this project happen. But they have limits that they're working within. There's been no discussion that I'm aware of grants being canceled. But as far as grants, the grants usually come out in May, June timeframe. This year we're expecting them in September, right at the close of the fiscal year. So
they don't have any money left at the end of the fiscal year.
That's if they have any money
yes.
authorized. So I wish I had a better answer for you, Commissioner. We're talking with them weekly. They're giving us indications that they feel confident in the money. They don't feel as confident in the timing of the money, which is why we're sort of making the assumption that it won't be until the end of the summer before we get it. But they're actually talking about providing more than the 30 million that they've, I I can't say committed, but the 30 million that they've indicated they've set
In
aside.
26?
So you're talking about the actual money in our hot little hands versus the awarding of the grants. Because I know that the recent NOFO that came out for build grants, they expect to, at 1,000 applications, it came in for a significant 1 billion dollars. They're expecting to award those like in April, June, I mean, coming up really fast. I don't know how they're gonna turn it around that fast. But that doesn't mean the contracts will be signed and the money will be in our bank instead of their bank.
Correct.
So.
And for us, the work is gonna start this year. You know, we're gonna do the enabling work, and so we're gonna need the money then. And we've got some money you all have some money in the bank account that we can use, but we're planning to do a lot of work this summer, and we wanna make sure we don't run out of money.
And I think we're also being very clear about reimbursable. So if we spend our dollars and it takes you a while to get your dollars to us, we can reimburse our own bank account with the money you finally give to. Okay, and when I was just recently in DC, I heard very positive things related to airport, runway, or terminal grants. That the money, they were bragging about how much money they had, and I said, stop bragging about it, give it to us. And I think the room, regardless of which side of the aisle you were on, the room at these conferences, at the conference meeting, was all on board with that same speech of, don't talk about the money, give us the money. So I think there was really positive action, but that just means we need to stay on it.
Yep.
So real quick, Jeff, can I?
Please.
TSA grants, I guess we'll cover that in the terminal, so I'll wait till.
Well, I guess I just have to ask. So we get started, and we've got the 30 million from this year, and we start next year, and we get 80 million, and then nothing more comes. Then what? I mean, we've just seen it happen so many times that I have to ask.
We have a plan. It's very complex, and I want to wait to have the financial consultants and the bond counsel opine on this. But we're looking at scenarios where if we don't get everything that we've asked for or everything that's eligible, if we don't get everything that the FAA has indicated they're going to provide, what are the fallback positions? And the county has, or the airport has, the ability to issue debt financing, but it puts other capital needs that we all are very passionate about at risk. So we want to do everything we can to avoid that scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have coming up, just so that you're aware that we have a lot of touch points, not only with you all, but with our task forces and our airport advisory boards, or airport advisory board. But here in March, as you know, last week, the L&E was submitted. It's in process. We've also done some housekeeping measures, such as started the amendment to Title 10, which is part of our code that's necessary to capture some of the improvements that'll happen, say, with the FBO and some of the other improvements that we have coming up. We've also taken steps to rescind some design guidelines that date back to 2012 or 2014 that are now essentially obsolete, and that's because we went through the whole visioning process, and we now have the common ground recommendations, and so another cleanup there, and then also just preparing ourselves for this summer's work, the enabling work, and being able to run a few shifts in order to get that done in a timely manner. And then let's see, April's going to be a busy month, as you can see. This is when the L&E process, the locations and extents process, gets underway in earnest. So P&Z will have an opportunity to review that on April 7th. That could come to the BoCC on the 22nd of April. depending upon the outcome of what the P&Z decides or doesn't decide. If they decide not to support it for whatever reason, then it would come to the BoCC. And then we will be sure along the way to update the AAB on that process as well, just so that they're aware of where that is. And then we also have an opportunity to introduce the runway CMAR, the construction manager at risk, to the AAB. So we'll have those folks on board. Toward the end of the month, on the 28th, we'll be back in front of you with a terminal design update, much like we're doing today, and then also be able to introduce the runway CMAR to you. And then at the very end of the month, we've got our task force meeting. So again, the task forces will digest some of the work that has been done to date. We'd be getting very close at that point to the end of the schematic design phase as far as the design work goes. So they will kind of dig in and provide comments for any final modifications there before we then take it to the AAB and then to you all. Looking on into May, May is toward the end of May, and these dates could be a little bit in flux. We're still having a discussion, and of course we'll get your input as well when the time is right on whether we do another joint session like we did at the end of the programmatic phase, or if we do separate out that AAB and the BoCC review and recommendation of the end of schematic design phase. So, and then beyond that, looking into June, the runway CMAR, we should have that the final guaranteed max price for the enabling work for the summer, and then by then we should also have the terminal CMAR on board and be able to bring those folks forward to meet you all. And that's what we have for the next few months. We have been working on a calendar beyond that, and we'll plan on giving you a snapshot of that in the near future.
Questions for Ryan? I might be going back to Brad a little bit, but what are the greatest risks right now? I mean, it sounds like financial is probably financial relative to the size of the program seems to be the area of concern for the board, just general. So
it's always the biggest issue for any board on a program this size. Absolutely. You got a great team. I mean, the designers are doing what they're supposed to do. We got the CMARs coming on. They're going to help. I mean, I'm pretty confident we're going to figure it out. But yeah, that's where the hard decisions are going to come in, is to financing, not just initially, but kind of as it gets spaced over time, and you have to, there's just financial gymnastics that are going to have to be done, and that's when I think you guys are really going to. Yeah. That's the hard decisions are going to come in.
When are we getting our first look at pricing, though? What's the date for first look?
Well, I mean, we'll have the runway pricing and probably, man, I don't know. I mean, that's. I don't think that's any better than the cost estimate we have right now, right? I mean, it'll be.
We'll have the 2026 estimate by mid-June, and that's what gets submitted to the FAA, and that's what we'll have to sign a contract with the CMAR for this year. The full runway pricing isn't due until the end of the year, so the final design in the runway is mid-October, and then we'll be bringing that pricing after the CMAR has.
But it'll be a continuous evolutionary process, right? Because we have cost estimates now, and those are being refined as the design gets refined. We're getting the CMARs on to give their opinion of probable construction costs, which is helpful because that either validates or changes what the cost estimators are doing. So you're kind of getting a better idea as we go along. But a lot of it is going to depend on design decisions that are made and sort of those, like first you have a cost issue, then you do a design adjustment, then you have a cost issue, and then, so it kind of goes back and forth. I think you know that process pretty well.
Yeah, follow up for that.
Patty.
Yeah, just real quick.
After.
Do you need to keep us posted as to what we might be able to do, or you want us to do, or we shouldn't do, as far as political contacts that we have in DC at all levels, not just at the Capitol building, but at, you know, the Department of Transportation or with FAA? Because right now we have great relationships. We want to nurture those, and we want to use them appropriately as we move forward to, again, put money in our bank.
Francie, and then I want to leave time for the architects. Always leave time for the architects.
Are the architects going to talk?
Yes.
I'll wait then.
Okay. Great. And actually, next up, we have Miles and Meg doing an update on communications, kind of where we are with that.
Miles, welcome.
Hey, Miles.
Thanks, all. And I have the good fortune of letting Meg kick us off today while I bring my screen up.
So I'm just here, as usual, as the cheerleader to tell you that the task force members are still so devoted, so energetic, so involved in the project. Our March 3rd meeting, we have 21 of the 2 task force members, and I think we only had one person absent, and that person was out of town. If you can see on this slide, our agenda is usually, we start the task force with Tony giving us an update of his recent work, and everybody listens to that. We have Q&A, and then quickly after that, each of the 2 task forces assemble around, as you can see in the left-hand corner picture, a table with the models, and they proceed to stand for an hour or an hour and a half, never sitting down, asking questions, looking at the models, whatever the latest work is, moving things around, and the enthusiasm is there. You all asked us to do community input, and we are really gathering community ideas to make sure that their task is to make sure that the designs and the concepts that are presented are furthering the common ground recommendations. They are not redesigning. And Ted, welcome. I'm Meg, and delighted to meet you.
Likewise.
We have to continue to say that the task force members are working on making sure that the common ground recommendations are being followed. And so you see the sticky dots on the boards that they then walked around and put sticky dots on things that were appealing to them relative to the CGRs. Then they went to the open house that Miles will tell us about, where we had, and thank you all for coming. I think you saw that it was an exciting time, and you asked good questions, and we had over 100 people there doing the same kind of exercise. So I'm just here to tell you that we are working very, very diligently with the task force members, all of whom are extremely prepared to do this work and very involved. So another good task force meeting that we had.
And I might just say, Ted, for your benefit, we did not introduce like last names and such. So Joe Christie is the program manager.
Yeah, executive program manager.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't remember all the titles. And Brad Jacobson, both with Jacobson Daniels,
Sure.
right? And then Meg is a co-chair of the task force, or she's leading the task forces. And we have 4 co-chairs that are from the Airport Advisory Board.
Okay.
She's also the second in command on the Airport Advisory Board. So,
And a lot of the names are in the packet, so I appreciate it, but good to put names to the faces.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will tell you all a very quick story that I heard, that I won't say anymore. Someone was getting off the airplane, and they were sitting behind a couple who had flown all the way here from Australia. And when the couple exited the airplane, they looked at the terminal, and that couple said, "Oh, this is the Aspen airport." And this is the Aspen terminal. And so, that's par for the course. We are so excited about finally getting a new terminal and working on it to make our community proud.
Did they say that because they really liked it?
No.
No.
Okay. So, Miles?
Miles, you want to introduce
Okay.
yourself and then take it away?
Yes. Yes, thanks. So I'm Miles Graham, helping the county and leading the comms team on the programmatic updates to the airport modernization process, and talking a little bit today about the terminal. As Meg mentioned, we have a very good couple groups in our terminal design task force and our airport multimodal connectivity task force. They really helped us refine what was then presented to the community just a couple days later at a packed house Mid-Valley at the Hoffman Hotel. Many of you were there. We had over 200 participants, and you can see from the pictures here, our flight deck feedback boards were just covered in sticky notes and sticky dots. I think we probably had well over 1,000 dots applied at the meeting. And we also launched our terminal design survey, which is going to be open through April 5th, where folks can go and digitally do everything that we asked folks to do at the open house event. And we were even covered in the paper above the fold. So it was a really successful event to kick off this next month of outreach as we're gathering input on the terminal to really create a catalog of images and inspiration that the design team will talk about today. So wanting to give them enough airtime, I will just quickly provide a few other communications updates. You've all seen this graphic, and we're now inching down towards the pointy end of the pink triangle where we're going to be putting our pencils down for terminal design input and beginning to transition into the phase of reflecting how this input is translating to implementation of the common ground recommendations. So in schematic design through early May, as Joe and Ryan were saying, we're going to be looking at how does this terminal design implement the common ground recommendations and help us prioritize some of these design features, which will set us up for design development this spring and summer, where we're reflecting back the input to date, how it reflects the common ground values, and using that input to help inform some of the phasing strategies that are inevitable based on cost and construction inputs, the schedule, and other drivers. So at these key transitions from schematic to design development, we're going to be going back to our feedback loop with the task forces, make an advisory input to the Airport Advisory Board, who then brings recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners, very much as we did during the transition from conceptual design to the schematic design phase we're in now. And all of it, of course, triangulates to the community-wide engagement that we'll be doing throughout the program. So as I said, the survey was launched at that last open house. It's going to remain open through early April. And the goal of the survey is to really develop a catalog of inspirational reference images for the design team. The phase we're at in the process right now is really visualizing and bringing the common ground recommendations to life with some of these images that we're gathering feedback on right now, which will help us establish the look and feel for the terminal. And we always have to provide the caveat that the images in the survey are inspiration. They are not a reflection of the actual design. And we've had well over 100 responses to date. So if there's any call to action today, it is go to the airport website, take the survey. It's short, it only takes a few minutes, and get that feedback into us as we are still in this schematic design phase. So a couple quick hits on just some early returns we're getting. We again are seeing really good response from our community up and down the valley, as well as outside of the valley with our visitors. But consistently, we've seen the majority of the feedback come from our community in the valley. And we also are seeing a good mix between personal and professional travelers with this survey, again, as we have in the past surveys. And our survey respondents continue to be folks who use the airport very frequently. Just a couple samples of the types of questions we're asking. You can see a few of these reference images that we're getting feedback on and the connection to the common ground recommendation. So for example, with daylight and views, connecting to what the common ground recommendations influenced in terms of incorporating our mountain surroundings and the awe-inspiring views. Those are the things that are bubbling to the top with our community as well. And the same is true for what the CGRs have in terms of warm and welcoming, that community character, and enhancing our experience for both travelers and staff alike. Some of the elements that are rising to the top already is comfortable seating, protected and comfortable spaces, and the images you can see associated with those responses are on the right. And for nature inside and out, spaces that are peaceful and comfortable, as the Common Ground recommendations calls it, the connection to place. So what we're hearing from the community, those nature moments inside the terminal, the bringing nature in, as we call biophilic experiences, are really resonating with our community, as is some indoor-outdoor spaces, park-like courtyards. So again, we'll be providing the full report out on this as we wrap up our input gathering in early April, but we also wanted to bring forward the Ground Transportation Center prioritization questions that we're asking. As you all know, seamless ground connectivity, encouraging multimodal connections are central to the Common Ground recommendations. And so we're asking questions about prioritizing space. And what we're hearing from the community is the connections to existing transit service are first and foremost, but as is reflected in the current design, making sure that we retain flexibility to connect to future mass transit remains a very important priority for the community as well, followed by car rentals, some other public amenities and restrooms, bike rental infrastructure and things like that. Also on the ranked amenity side of things, having real-time traveler and transit information is rising to the top, and we've got a pretty close race between weather-protected waiting areas or actual heated waiting areas. So this input, again, will help us inform some of the phasing components which are inherent to the Ground Transportation Center. Simply, we are reserving so much space for connecting to a future mode that is as of yet undefined. So we wanted to bring this forward to you all and just let you know where we're going from here. To sum things up, we'll be making that transition from schematic to design development in early May, with our task forces convening again on April 28th. And again, the call to action is take that survey that we have live now. You can get it at aspenairport.com/modernization. And we're also planning some programmatic, program-wide updates related to not only terminal design, but runway construction and planning for the 2027 closure. Right now, we are going out and talking to organizations in the community. If your organization would like to request an information session, we've got the aseinfo@aspenairport.com email out there, and we're happy to go out and do some roadshow presentations in advance of a town hall that we are planning probably late May, early June, when the community is really back from the off season. And last slide here is there's always a lot more ways to get involved. If you don't have a lot of time, you can always sign up for our newsletter. We've got over 20,000 subscribers for that newsletter right now. And we've also got what we call the frequent flyer updates. And those are going out much more frequently for folks who really want to stay informed on everything that's happening at the airport. So that's our comms update for today. Thanks all.
Thank you. Do you mind if we switch over to the architects? I want to hear from the architects.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
They're next.
Awesome. Please, yeah, while we're transitioning to the architects.
Today's article in the newspaper, is there any need for us to respond to any of the issues that were raised in the
I don't think that any of those were a surprise. I think that the article had to do with businesses feeling ready for the shutdown, and I think that not only the county, but as evidence from what we saw at the ACRA breakfast the other morning, there's a lot of interest in it. We know that, and there's a convening of different the different municipalities up and down the valley, as well as different organizations that will be are already getting together, but I think it's just getting a little more organized now to be able to deal with some of those issues like transportation, better clarity on when the shutdown would occur, and I think just some marketing toolkits and probably a lot more to come beyond that. But
I think ACRA is a great resource, as is the Snowmass Chamber and the Salt Chamber, so rather than they have great connections, of course, with businesses.
And they're definitely planning on digging deep and being sort of very responsive to the businesses and kind of being that clearinghouse. And it is both ACRA and Snowmass Chamber, and then also Basalt Chamber, like you mentioned. And they've got a lot of ideas that they're coming up with for, ways to get people here, just, I guess, interesting road trips and things like that. So I think more to come.
The questions always come back to the airport representatives and there to myself, the built officers.
Mhm.
Same things, what's the time frame? Keep being very excited and that's through.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I can just say real briefly what Ryan alluded to is, it's a model that we used during COVID. It's a model that's been used during the Grand Avenue Bridge. We can't, as the county, can't own all of it, but together with all the partners. And so we're convening with ACRA, the Basalt all the chambers, and all the municipalities just to make sure that we as the county are bringing the information and getting them all the information they need, and then leaning on the skill sets of all of those community members, so ACRA and others, to be able to take the lead with businesses or otherwise.
And something to not forget as we move forward, when we're ready to put something really out there, is we still have, I think, access and availability of using the advertising screens at the baggage claim for PSAs. So we need to make sure that when we're ready to put something out, that's a great way to contact our traveling public, is to pick up their luggage.
Yeah.
So Rich Papchak and Charles Cuniff with Charles Cuniff Architects, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're not going to make you wait for the PowerPoint.
I appreciate that. Waiting for Godot.
Okay.
So schematic design, here we are. So what we want to go over with you today was look and feel and amenity exercises, but it seems like that's outdated as of 5 minutes ago, thanks to Miles. So we'll go right to the site and terminal updates.
I'll keep it brief. Yeah, the look and feel at the open house, there were boards all around the room, and we asked people to go around and look at things like the look and feel and all the relative images that could apply to those to give us some feedback about what the public would like to see. So this is an example of some of the boards. And there's a video of that presentation on the ASC frequent flyer website. So if anyone who couldn't make it there can see that in a synopsis of the presentation.
You have to take the beer off this now.
Okay.
Good point.
Okay. So if you have any questions, we can back up to those look and feel images. So the site and terminal updates. So we had narrowed down to, of the 3 schemes originally, we went down to 2 schemes, and those became 2+ and 3+. It was determined that 2+ was the popular way to go. By far and away, it was overwhelmingly indicated to be popular. And moving into schematic design from concept, the lower screen shows how we've consolidated some of the elements. The upper screen, the upper image is 2+, and the lower image is further consolidation of 2+ into a more compact building form. There's a 20-foot increase from, say, the frontage road up to where the terminal ground plane would be. So we have to transit up. What we've done is we have the ground floor most related to grade, and then internally in the building, there's the interstitial space, which is largely the baggage handling systems, and then above that, the hold rooms. The de-icing element has been pushed a lot further north than we originally hoped. And then you have the existing terminal, which you can faintly see up there in the orange outline underneath the future parking garage. So it gives us a pretty limited dimension left to right on the site to accommodate the needs for the terminal. And there's no way to really get the baggage handling system completely below grade because we don't have room to run long ramps down for the tugs to maneuver to get below the surface of the apron, forcing our hold room up.
an interim solution, which we have, which might be driven more by budget than desire, is that the area that we have available to us right now, until the existing terminal is removed, allows us to fit about 5 hold rooms. And then we can have, underneath this northern edge of that, we can have some ground loading hold rooms, or gates. Some people usually know them as gates. And so it'd be 5 above and 3 below, ostensibly. If that is all we budget for and all we end up, we can live with that for a good long period of time. But the master plan, game plan, is to have all the hold rooms above and repurpose that area that would be temporary hold rooms down below as equipment and other storage needs, or whatever else the terminal decides it needs to use that space for. Ideally, we would be able to budget or find the funds to do it all at once, because that's the most economical way to build anything. But we are planning as a group and as a team to give us some fallback positions to be able to build what we can afford today or next year.
Today would be great.
Yeah, it would be cheaper today than next year. But,
so some of what Charles talked about, some of you were at the open house, so I'll just show you that we have photos of the model that we had there. So this is the option where, this is the option with ground loading and jet bridge loading. That would be the interim solution. So you can see how it's in between the two constraints we have on the site. And then this would be the full build out, where you can build the full jetways across over to where the future
garage will be.
Garage will be, yep.
And then the ground transportation center is sort of, we're still working on tightening up the program for that, so that we can have some of the overall square footage of the total project accommodate the ground transportation center needs. And we're planning, in the upper left, you can see an outbuilding that would pull out of the terminal into some less expensive construction means, some administrative facilities that could stuff that doesn't have to be in the terminal, but could be built in a less expensive way and be more serviceable for access for like trash pickup, deliveries, things like that. So it doesn't disrupt the terminal function. And then lastly, this is sort of an overview to refresh your memory about the overall site. This is in flux, obviously, but it shows the parking lots that are there now, the existing terminal. And to the far right, it's the very far right, you see the existing long-term parking. And that area in between is what we have for the terminal until you get far, far right to the de-icing. So we're squeezed between those two elements for the time being. And go back to the terminal plan, I guess, and if any questions.
Francie?
Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. It's nice to see you all. At the presentation, I had some concerns about the proposed size of the terminal, and I've heard this from other people as well. Not just the size, but the incumbent price of a size that large. So I just want to put it out there now early on in the process, so that we don't, so you don't come back to us with this incredibly beautiful design that's 90% complete, and we're just like, oh my, that is just way too big and way too expensive. So I'd just like to put it out there now. I mean, I had some discussions about how ways to make it smaller so that we can still have the feelings that ZGF and you want, Charles. But I just really want to state that I'm not the only person who feels this way. And I think, I know some of us at the table, maybe not all of us, but would like to see some effort to sort of pull that back a little bit. I believe that's in line with the Common Ground recommendations, that we don't build an airport that is bigger than we need.
Correct.
So I just wanted to put that out there. And then my other concern, and then I'll rest for the day, is still the parking, the amount of parking. And I would much rather see take some money from the size of the terminal, put it towards a parking garage so that we don't have acres of cars. We'd rather have a terminal, a garage that's, I don't know if it's 5 stories. I don't know what would meet our needs, but I suspect 5 stories might be a little big. But I was distressed in Postman at the size of the parking garage compared to the terminal. It was really imposing, and I don't think we want that. But, and this is just me talking. I think I'm in alignment with some of the other commissioners, but I know I'm in alignment with some of the people in the community as well. Just for the record.
Yeah, we're cognizant, and we take to heart the size limitations, and we have size limitations that we have to live within. We also have the practical sizes of certain elements like TSA requirements and restroom size and the baggage handling system that they have sort of given size that they have to have. And then things like hold rooms with adequate seating, which is a common ground recommendation. And the thing that we're not showing is any luxurious common space, which would be nice to have. But in our attempt to keep the square footage down, it's going to be a very efficient and tight building. No matter how hard we try, we still have to have X square footage to fit the requirements of operations.
Yeah, it's just that at one time we were talking like 90,000, which is twice what we have now. Now we're talking 140,000, and it's a little bit intimidating when the numbers start exploding like that. Yeah.
So, correct that. We have about 60,000 square feet now, so twice that would be 120,000.
Okay, yeah, all right, so 1.5 times.
Yeah, so there's a misnomer out there about what we have now.
Yeah, I think it was 45 originally, we thought.
And the parking structure is also what we are starting conceptually and schematically with. Is it containing all the rental car infrastructure too, all the mechanism that rental cars need to operate and their parking. So the parking garage is sort of multi-purpose.
Yeah, thank you.
Patty, please.
Yeah, again, my concern about square footage is what can be seen from the people on the highway, because we're blessed in some ways and not so blessed in other ways with the slope factor. So I'm hoping that, and I think we've talked about it, can be built so you don't see it from the highway. It's that those operations that we can tuck underneath. That gets to the TSA requirements. I don't see any choice for us really to have to make as far as meeting what TSA wants today and in the future. I don't want to build a baggage screening area that like they did in Jackson Hole that's already passé, and they're going to have to redo it. That brings me to my question about TSA grants. It's my understanding their money's out there, and that we, in talking with Jim Elwood and Jackson Hole, they're lined up ready to give that money out. I think we need to jump on that sooner than later. So as soon as we can, let us know and we can make contact as need be. We need that money because that'll also help us build the structure of the terminal and put in the equipment we're going to need to be, again, looking at the future baggage checkpoints. So I think those things are critical. Yeah. That's critical. And correct me again, Charles, the parking lot will be geared so we'll build this much with the opportunity in the future if we need more parking, dependent upon our success with our multimodal system. We can add to it rather than build 5 stories of parking today.
That would be the plan.
Okay. I think that alleviates some of Francie's concerns about 5 floors of a parking garage that hopefully we won't need in the future.
And something about size and cost. I mean, they both relate to cost, but how efficiently you design and build the building helps control the cost as well as the amount of square feet.
I'm sure that's true, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions for Richard Charles?
Thank you. I'm still learning. But I have met with Charles to talk about some of this personally. And I'm just curious with Common Ground recommendations for things like number of seats needed in space and things like ramps for the tugs for the bags, like how much square footage is reasonable to have all the Common Ground recommendations included, in your opinion? Like, I know you don't have an exact number, but if we stick to the low numbers, like some people in the community are kind of steering us towards, can we even meet all the common ground recommendations?
Not even close.
Not even close.
No.
Okay,
But,
so we have to kind of reconcile what the numbers that are being thrown around with what is reasonable for.
Yeah, what we can live with. The concept and then now the schematic design are, there's a lot of inch pinching going on to try to keep it under control. However, if we were to try to meet all of the common ground recommendations, the building would be considerably bigger just to accommodate the wish list. So we're having to be judicious about how we go about prioritizing what we can include and what we unfortunately can't.
Okay.
And I would just make mention of the common ground recommendations and the fact that they weren't specific necessarily on purpose. And some of them, in fact, if you went all the way with one, might conflict with another. So I think it's somewhat like a master plan where they're guidelines and they're meant to sort of direct the public, which is what we're doing now with the task forces, as we go through this design process to, I guess, give us the feedback on whether or not the spirit of those common ground recommendations is being met. We know that we have limitations as far as our budget, and there's just some natural constraints on the site, as you've heard about, just size-wise and where some of the programming airside needs to go. So I feel strongly that we can get there even with a smaller airport or airport terminal. But, I think it's going to require some creativity and some trade-offs. And then I think the nice thing about what ZGF and Charles kind of Architects is working on is that, we've charged them with being creative on how do we figure this out, because it is a tough nut to crack. I just what I've seen so far, I think we'll get to a place where we have a nice terminal day one that really reflects our values as a community, but then it's expandable as over time we might need that additional space.
Rich and Charles, would you guys like to wrap us up?
I think we've said what we need to say. Yeah.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Carter, good to see you.
Good to see you. Quietly in the background.
Thank you, guys. So,
thanks, guys.
Thank you. Nice
thank
to meet you.
Always good to see you.
Grassroots, we're continuing on with APSHA policy review, Matthew Gillen and Ashley Pearl. And this meeting is a pre-meeting for the board meeting for APSHA, which begins promptly at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
That's going to be
So we thank you, kudos for wearing green, we appreciate it. Thank you for the flag, we appreciate it. We'll get a close-up.
Flags.
Kim will turn the camera around to the flags in a minute. Thank you. You got the flags? Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Matthew. Good to see you both. We are discussing 5 policy changes.
There were 6.
6. There were 5, and we added 1 that was from a prior meeting.
On it.
There are 5 plus 1.
Yeah, let's not do complex math here. As the chair said, you all, Ted and Jeffrey have an APSHA meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And 6 policy considerations will be brought forward to the APSHA board for first reading. And so staff put together a very brief memo explaining the 6 different changes and a very quick analysis. Typically, we have a quarterly APSHA county work session piece where we would normally talk about these. And so sorry for the last minute here. We didn't get one scheduled for quarter 1 due to lots of moving parts at the county, but we have them scheduled out for future quarters. So hopefully in the future, when big changes are coming at APSHA, we'll get in front of the board with ample time to discuss. But we wanted to make sure that the board had time to discuss and send kind of a county perspective with Ted and Jeffrey when they go tomorrow to make sure they're representing the county. And Matthew's here to speak to any questions you have. And the packet for the APSHA meeting was published on Friday on the APSHA website. So the actual policy wording was published on Friday after your packet went out. So forgive me if there are slight tweaks in the language from what you see in the APSHA packet versus what you saw in your board packet. I think that's it for me.
And this will be first reading tomorrow for the APSHA board, and they'll be discussing again at a public hearing in April. So there's plenty of time if you really, if you want more information or anything.
So Chris, I saw Chris walk in. Welcome. Matthew, can we spend the most time on the one that I thought was that we should question the most? I mean, 5 of the policies seem pretty straightforward, and 1 seems like the biggest policy change. And I'm just going to critique the simple appreciation for a minute.
That may be your priority. I have other priorities.
Okay, so we can turn to other board members. So number 1 of mine would be, so basically we're saying we're providing a risk-free rate of return of 3%. And to me, housing's not a risk-free rate of return. There's depreciation, wear and tear, et cetera. Doesn't account for deflationary environments, which we have all lived through, including COVID, where the long bond traded at 0.54%, so 30-year money at 0.54. Doesn't account for excess inventory. And basically, the inflation rate at 2.6%, which is what we're using as the period over 20 years, this is saying we'll give you another 33% on top of that. So, and it's 50% above the Fed's target of 2%. So I guess as the new guy on the board, I'm still having issues with simplifying process that's actually then increasing the price of housing stock over time. And I don't know if it's warranted. So in other words, if you put money into the unit, you're going to get that back because that's a capital improvement, but I don't understand the race to sort of increase the rate of return just because the government shut down for a couple months. So I'm not bought in on number 1. I might lose that vote at this board, which is fine, but I'm still not comfortable with number 1. So
yeah, those are excellent critiques. We've put, as we put in the memo, we were looking at principally from a simplification. We didn't think it was that different from the historical average, and given the lack of information from the federal government. And also going back, I think there has been some analysis, and we're happy to do more if you'd like us to, that the current housing stock is priced too low.
Right.
And we haven't, and if it's always below CPI, or it's at CPI or lower, it's going to fall behind in the overall cost of what it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. So that was another factor we were trying to address that. So we're fairly confident that based on where the properties were 20 or 30 years ago, they are much lower priced than they would have been if it had just gone up by CPI. So we're trying to address that. But if the board discusses and like us to look at a different approach or do more research, we're happy to do that as well. This was our attempt to try and address some of those issues.
Appreciate that. Patty?
No, if you want to finish up with this, my other issues are different questions on here.
Greg?
I was just going to say I appreciated what Jeffrey said, and I agree. Locking a rate in a world that is uncertain and always dynamic, I think ends up somewhere down the road with unintended consequences, or in this case, maybe they're intended consequences. So I'm concerned about a locked rate. I'm not sure what the solution actually is, but that's where I am. You guarantee something, an environment may evolve where you simply can't or shouldn't have guaranteed that. So I'll go with what Jeffrey said beyond that. Thanks.
And that is the 3% of the maximum sales price. You wouldn't necessarily get that if you couldn't find a buyer at that price, which hasn't happened in some time, but it was definitely happening, during the Great Recession and some other times. So, there are other factors pushing the price down.
Right.
Great, did you have a follow-up?
Only that I think one of the factors that we heard so much about, which I think is you've been working so hard to resolve, are just the depreciation and maintenance issues. So I don't think people can just let a place deteriorate and still expect the maximum return, and that's a change that was necessary and welcome.
And county staff did support this because this is how Eagle County Housing Authority, they do a 3% simple. West Mountain Regional Housing Authority does a 3% simple. And then our own deed restriction does a 3% compounding. So there isn't another jurisdiction in our area, or whatever the word is, that's doing the 3% or CPI, whichever's lower.
Interesting. Can I just ask, for how long have they all been locked on that 3%? Like how many years now?
Eagle County, I believe, since pre-COVID, and the Eagle County Housing Director will say there's, just like Matthew said, there's been numerous times in their housing stock where the 3% was above or much lower than the market and above, and it kind of fluctuates. And then they also have the same thing where it's the max sales price, and so if the market won't bear it, people won't buy it at that price. And then West Mountain, ever since they started their deed restriction, which has only been a couple
I was just
years.
thinking, so somebody's been through a recession of sorts with this scenario, and they didn't have any red flags.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Ted from Matthew.
Just learning, just comment. I am torn on this, even as an APCHA owner. There are times when the economy downturn will be surprising that we're giving everyone 3% when the free market and everyone else is struggling. I do see that point, but there are more than enough years where you're falling behind by just taking the lower. And I think anyone who's been in the program, like a lot of people in the community, feel like they are continually falling further behind. And so, to be honest, this one seems really simple on a read, but I am kind of undecided actually where I stand, because just because I almost feel like I need more time to think it over.
25 hours.
Okay. Examples?
So do you mind if we switch to ADA for a minute?
Sure.
Should there be...
Wait, can I have clarification? So what are you suggesting, Jeffrey? To me, it's great if we're all doing the same thing, but that doesn't mean we need to all do the same thing.
So I was suggesting not moving this forward, and I thought I'd be voted down by this board.
But for the actual percent, what do you suggest?
For the percent. Still continue to use government data, which would be CPI.
Yeah.
So kind of leaving it where it is.
Where it is, yeah,
Where
no
it is,
change.
where it is today, assuming the government publishes data, monthly. So, sorry, more difficult for
I'm
staff.
going to defer to the guy that knows more about this stuff, I think, than many of us.
But again,
put
I
together.
was assuming I would be voted down. I was assuming that I was at the board table. I think it was my first board meeting, and Matthew just laughed. He's like, "Oh, you're off to a good start."
I did not.
It was. I assume the tenor in the room, both from the city of Aspen and from the volunteer board members, was to move forward.
Yeah,
with the change.
I think that's fair to say that was consensus, but
Yeah.
That's what we have the meetings for, is to hash it out. So maybe we can change.
Yeah.
So, well, we're not voting today, and you're not voting tomorrow because he will be voting tomorrow.
But we're looking for a board consensus on moving these 6.
Because I would like to represent.
Yeah. So in terms of the, well, actually in terms of everything, having served on the board for 5 years and not being on anymore, I'm happy to defer to the recommendation of the board, because I know that these people have considered this very thoroughly. And I've heard the conversation before. A couple of years ago, we had this same conversation about whether to use CPI or a fixed rate, and on the other issues too. So I'm going with staff recommendation and the APCHA board recommendations.
So there's 3 of us that are going with leave it as it is.
I'm happy to be the outlier on both boards.
Can I ask a question? What would make you feel more comfortable? I'm trying to think, what would make me feel more comfortable about this? And I think maybe it's just some real world examples. If we can, and maybe more, always asking for more info isn't very popular, but I'm just wondering, I'd love to see what Ted just said made a lot of sense to me. I lived in affordable housing 20-plus years ago, so I don't have much recent experience, and I want to understand, empathize, but I'm still looking for examples, with numbers that I could understand on how this is going to change things for the better and what happens in the case of recession or downturn or extended period of, a market change that creates a seller's market from a buyer's market. I'm trying to understand how this would work in the real world that we live in, and my guess is the evidence is there. I don't have it yet. Does that help? Does that help?
I think that's what. Yeah, I think that's what we phrased at the original board meeting when it came up, and I'm. Again, it's that usually you could take any window of time, and it fits the data. We do that with water all the time in hydrology, so let's do it with housing. We just take a 20-year window and say, we didn't have 8% interest rates in the last 20 years. We had them in the last 40. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be outvoted by this board and move forward.
Do you want to be outvoted so you can make your statement, but you want it to
No,
move
no,
forward?
it's not.
I mean, sometimes that's what we do,
No, it's not a, again, I'd like to switch to the emergency worker one if we could.
Have we resolved this one before we switch?
I think it's 4-1 to move forward.
I didn't hear that.
No, I don't think so. I'm
didn't
not
hear
fully,
that.
it's not fully baked for me. I'm not ready yet.
3-2.
So to get clarity here.
So if I can offer a little bit, I think what I'm hearing from many of you on the board, and just a clarification, we still have a backstop in our employee program, right? It's the 3% or free market. Because of where APSHA is, APSHA has relied on CPI as that free market backdrop, right? Of if the market goes into recession. And so I think you all do not have to come with a support or not. I think what I'm hearing from the board is understanding, but that lack of having that backdrop in a recession is concerning to all board members here. And so I think that can be represented as part of the discussion with APSHA tomorrow, if that's is that a fair summary of what I'm hearing from all of you today?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what I heard from Ted, which I thought made a lot of sense, was, there may be times where APSHA is overvaluing the affordable housing units, but most of the time, they're not. And so I do think there's an evening out. So that's what I heard from Ted that I found pretty compelling, and also what I've heard on the board before. I mean, was it before you came the last time we talked about this? Was after
I think we talked about it a little bit when I first started, but I think generally over the past 20 to 30 years, the units have gotten are now cheaper than they were equivalent 20 or 30 years ago. I mean, I think that's pretty clear.
You mean comparatively with the free market?
Right. Well, comparatively, just based on
just the
on the CPI.
numbers?
Yeah, yeah. Because until you get up to that 3%, which we hadn't had for a long time until recently, that once you're above that, then they are falling behind. So I think they are. You could definitely make the argument that they are cheaper now to buy than they ever have been.
So I have no idea where we ended up, but that's okay.
Well, I think it would be helpful for Ted, not to speak to you, of getting some clarification if you guys want to do a thumbs up or not of would you all want to support this and help in giving Ted some direction of do you want to support it? Do you want to support it with some of the concerns that you have put on the table? Where are you all sitting? That would help Ted have some clarity for representing the board tomorrow.
Just for number 2?
Just for number 2, I think, is right now.
It's number 1 in the APSHA packet, hence the confusion.
Apologies. I'm in support of it.
And I am too.
Do you have a thumb?
Okay.
We got 3 thumbs.
We got 3, and I'm on the fence. I could easily be. I'm still looking at Jeffrey to think.
We have 3 fences with 2 concerns.
I mean, they're valid points.
The concerns, yeah. So what would it take to?
And at the board meeting tomorrow, if there are specific data questions that you'd like us to look at,
always come back.
happy to do that.
That's true. Yeah, it is a first reading.
Yeah.
Great. That's good. I'm fine with that.
On number 5 in my packet, which is the ADA clarifications, is there any reason we wouldn't have amended the regulations to include other critical
6 there.
critical workers? So we only have one worker identified. In other words, if we have a plethora of these units, could we then say number 2 is for school and number 3 is for RAFTA? Or
I mean, that could be done if that was something the board really want to tackle, but that would be that's a very different policy.
So that is the nature of the policy, just for emergency
Right,
workers, period.
right. I mean, if
I guess my question was, for example, if they're ADA ready units, lumberyard should be everything ADA ready, but people don't design that way.
Right. So, that is certainly something that could be looked at if the 3 bodies wanted us to do it, but that's not what
Tomorrow
we're
the
talking about.
scope is,
right.
That's it.
Because this is what we're doing now.
Will you clarify what's in the APSHA packet, please? Because the non-APSHA board members don't have
me?
the actual
we don't have
wording
Yeah,
in
sorry.
front of you.
It was hard reading 2 memos that
Well,
were
and
not.
it's in our.
So
agenda
APSHA
item
staff would
summary,
like to
number
clarify
6.
the priorities for ADA rental units. If an ADU unit is available to rent, the highest priority for that unit is for an ADA qualified person. If there is no ADA qualified individual, then there is an emergency worker has priority. So this is what we're doing anyway, and it's just clarifying that. The point is,
We don't have that.
if an emergency worker who has a priority, they have a priority generally, but if they're not ADA qualified, they shouldn't get that unit if it's an ADA. That's all we're saying.
Makes sense.
It's just like the ADA is above the emergency worker priority because, we want ADA qualified people who have
Oh,
that
I see.
disability to get the ADA unit. So that's what we're doing now. The wording currently is a little fudgy, and we just want to make that crystal clear for because we have had people who are ADA qualified expecting us to kick people out to have an ADA unit, but there wasn't an ADA qualified person at the time. And we're like, no, they have a lease, but we want to make clear to them that yes, you do have you have the priority when there's an ADA unit available to rent. So that's all this one is doing.
I agree with it.
Yeah.
Any other questions regarding the 6? Are we comfortable moving forward with 5 of the 6 or 6 of the 6 tomorrow at 4?
I have concerns on number 1 and number 3.
In our packet?
Yeah, in our packet, about the removal of the priority for applicants with this is for rental, for longest work history, and allowing, the number 3 is allowing households with 1 to 4 years of work history to have more chances. I have a problem. I think we need to be giving credit to people who've spent years working here and have not been able to gain housing. And, if I was in that category and somebody who'd been here a year came in and got the lottery over me who'd been working here for X amount, I know there's a scale on the back. So somebody who'd been here 4 years and now is getting as many chances as I had been working here 6 years. I think I would be upset by that. I think we should give credit to people who have spent their time working here and have been struggling to find housing, be it rental or otherwise.
Aren't the 2 in disagreement, 1 and 3? Or are they saying the same? I was
1 is for
confused.
rental and 3 is for ownership.
Oh, that's the difference.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out.
So currently for rentals, APSHA managed units, the 270 units, longest work history in Pickens County does have the priority. We're finding that incredibly cumbersome to administer based on people, finding 20, 30-year-old records, and we have to qualify that person and then move to the next one. So units are staying sometimes unfilled from a number of weeks while we work through that. It's a very cumbersome process, I think, both for staff and the client. So the proposal is that we just go to a simple lottery in that case, which we also think would be helpful with. We have heard from members of the business community. I was at the ACRA breakfast this week that they find it very difficult to hire people and have them come in immediately. and find a place. So that would, it would open things up a little bit for people who are moving into the community. And, yes, there's a real balance in the amateur program. There's the program for people who are already here, but you also have to have some ability to have people come into Pickens County to find work and help the economy. So there is a balance there, which the APSHA board is always struggling with. So this, in terms of administration, we don't think it's working well at all. It's very cumbersome, and we believe it would be easier to administer and would open it up somewhat for people coming into the community, and would reduce turnover times, which can be several weeks at this point.
I'm sorry if it's cumbersome, but I want to reward people for the time that they have worked here.
What's the waiting list for rentals like now?
We don't really have that's another thing. We don't have a waiting list as it's offered. As one comes available, the people who express interest, we will go through
That particular one.
Right. So yeah, it's definitely not an easy one to decide who's getting that preference.
So that's the issues 1 and 3, the one rental, the one ownership. And my concerns on both are giving credit to people who spent time working here.
So what if somebody has owned a house, they've worked here for a long time? There's so many what ifs at meetings. We have so many examples at Rapture meetings. So what if somebody's worked here for 20 years and they've owned a home, but they've decided to sell their home and now they're looking for a rental? So they should be higher priority
I don't know
than
how
a
that
new
works
employee?
within APSHA.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know how that works within APSHA.
That's what I'm asking, but you think that person should have more easy access to the rental than somebody who's just moved here, basically?
I don't know how that works in APSHA. If I own a house and I sell it, do I get to jump to the top of the list?
Under
I
the
don't
current
know.
system, you would, because you would have longest work history.
I still think they should be able to.
And it's a similar, on the other one for ownership lottery chances, staff did bring to the APSHA board just over a year ago or so, getting rid of lottery chances for at all for a number of for people who worked in Pickens County, and that was not well received. So we've revisited that a little bit, and we've tweaked it somewhat to open it up to giving more chances to people who have worked, who have been here for the packet says a year. The conversation at the last APSHA board said that should probably be 2 years. So we'll see if the APSHA board wants to either adopt this or change that to 2 years. But we are just adjusting it somewhat. I wouldn't say even a lot, to give a little bit more chances to people who haven't lived here as long. So I don't think that this is a particularly robust change. We are just tweaking this somewhat, if the board agrees with that.
So change it 2 to 4 years instead of 1 to 4?
Yeah.
And currently, if somebody calls and is under 4, the misnomer is that they don't qualify. Although they do qualify, they just get one chance currently.
Yeah. And if you look at, the APSHA lottery results are published every week. You can go, people love looking at that, and currently only people who have worked here a long time are winning. So it'd be interesting to see if that changes a little bit, if we adopt this, or if it's the same. But responding to a number of conversations at the APSHA board about who's winning the lotteries, we thought this would be a good tweak. And I think it is a tweak rather than a very violent change like we suggested last year, which nobody liked.
I'd almost like to talk about them separately, but since we're doing them all together, just first, number 3, it still does honor time in the valley. It's just making it a little more fair for new people. So
this is what we're going
yeah, because I think right now, I think the concern is we're seeing like the demographics of the valley. Everything's aging, and it's at the bottom where the new people who come to town, like we all maybe did, like I did, are having a harder time getting into a system here. So let's make it a little more. The idea is let's make it a little more opportunity for them. We're not taking away the the priority that someone who's been in town has for a while, at least with number 3, with ownership. We're just kind of giving the new person a little more potential to maybe win something. I'm curious, and that's where I stand on 3. On 1, like how far back is a long work history? Like, do you just go as long, if they say 30 years, you have to validate 30 years?
Yeah.
Is there a way, would there ever be some middle ground where it's like you get advantage up to 10 years and then it's
And
maybe
that's-
not so onerous to?
Yeah, that would be something we could look at, yeah.
So you're still I mean, yeah, I know you already put a lot of work into this, but I don't know, Patty, do you think is there a cap? Like what would be?
It's something to be considered, but again.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I lost to somebody who we had given them one more chance, I would be pissed off.
And I totally agree. But I feel like it's also the 1, 2, 3 year person like you meeting at the chamber that are just like, I got no path in because everything is so favored for someone like me, you know. And I don't know, and just I see the attempt here to try to have it a little more equity, you know, for everybody.
So Ashley and then I think Francie and then Ashley.
Really quick, has the city weighed in on these yet?
They discussed it. They weren't as formal as you all. They didn't have a vote, so I'm not sure exactly what they stood, but I think they were generally
We're
in
technically
agreement.
not voting. We can't vote in a work
excuse me.
session.
Did they seem to be supporting the 3% cap?
They did. In fact,
Thank you.
Sam
I
Rose,
just wanted a little insight into our
in fact,
partners.
Sam Rose said, "Why don't you do 3% or CPI, whichever's higher?" Which I was like, "Well, that's something you could talk about."
Said
But that's
that, Bill?
Sam Rose, but that's not what we're discussing right now. Yeah.
On number 1, which is the just the lottery with no priority for rentals only, we commissioned a survey in late 2024 of all of our Picken County employees, so for our own organization, and there was an assessment done of all of our employees on who is most housing unstable, and it was those who have been with our organization 4 years and below who were most housing unstable. And so I found that interesting for our own organization, to your point, Ted, of those who are just trying to, come here, kind of move between places until they really settle in. We did find that was like those first 3 years, employees found to be the most unstable, and then people kind of settled in or unfortunately left was what the data showed for our organization.
Greg.
Well, I'm trying to understand that. The most housing unstable will be the ones who just arrived, certainly. Are we going to create instability for the people who've been here a long time, and all of a sudden we're creating instability for them? And is that the trade-off?
Interesting.
I mean, we'd have to see, but I don't think so. Particularly at the units we're talking
Because they're
about.
not moving so much.
Yeah, I mean, we have some lot. I mean, they are. That's another actually a good point. Is these units which APSHA is administrating are generally. I mean, we have some people who've been there for 10+ years, but not many. There's a fairly a more rapid turnover than you would see in some other places. So, these are. I'm not going to. They're fairly simple units, so people do tend to try.
And these
to
are the
move
ones
it.
just
Right.
the ones listed?
Yeah.
Country and Truscott and Smuggler Mountain.
Right.
I'm
So they're
familiar with
I mean,
them.
they're nice, but you
Right.
could definitely find nicer.
I know.
So people do tend to move on from them, which is I think another point that they are better designed for people who are moving in for the first time.
Yeah.
Right. RAFTA has a policy for their affordable housing, their rental housing for staff, that you can only stay a maximum of 5 years, and then you have to find
Yeah,
another.
so does the hospital. They have a similar program, similar system.
So,
Yeah.
so I'm beginning to understand this. Thank you.
Some wrap-up questions from Matthew or Ashley. And then, is the board generally okay with going ahead at first read as drafted with some considerations and some reservations outlined at the board table?
Yeah, I'll be thumbs up.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Patty?
Yeah, I'm good with the other ones.
Thank you. Thank you. Final comments. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
We are scheduled for a Q2 update, which we'll work with Ted
Yeah,
to
Matthew,
lead.
what else did you want to share?
You were okay with the proposal for sex offenders? I mean, that's a big. I just want to flag that
So
one
the-
because that is a big change.
The question for staff was, how does that
Yeah.
differ from what's?
I mean, right now we
Well-
do not review any kind of criminal background. So this would be a big, a small step in as much as I think we figured out a way to do it, but it is a definite change in approach than we have done. So I just wanted to flag that.
Where did HUD go in this conversation?
HUD, they generally go for tier 3 sexual offenders, and we did, our lawyer did review it, and he, using input from what HUD has done, that's how we've structured ours. We would review at the point of sale, point of requalification, and then have the affidavit clarify, attest that you were in compliance. But I just wanted to flag that us monitoring people's behavior outside strictly work, that's a change.
Greg, related?
Yeah, just wanted to ask if other criminal activities were.
No, I mean,
nothing else was considered.
No, it was just in the very initial conversation, that was like, hey, what do we do with everything else? But then the conversation did quickly narrow to the specifics of sex offenders, because all criminal history, that would be even more difficult to administrate. But I just wanted to flag that this is a big change.
Francie?
Yeah, this is the only one that actually kind of bothered me, I have to say, because first of all, our judicial system has made some pretty serious mistakes about sex offenders, even in this valley. And also, people can recover from their weirdnesses. And so I think these people, whether they were correctly convicted or have spent a lot of time in rehab or whatever, I think they receive an inordinate amount of hurdles and discrimination. So I'm a little bit concerned about it, but not enough to go against what the ABJA board said. Makes me kind of sad.
Yeah, but county staff supports disallowing, supports.
No.
No.
County staff does not support this.
That's what I'm saying, but
because
they
it does
not support,
County
excuse
staff
me.
does not, but
Yeah.
the ABJA board does.
And talk about cumbersome and burdensome and expensive to do background checks, and it takes a while.
And I think from the staff perspective, the knowledge that the housing authority is running background checks on all potential owners creates more barriers between our community and government, which already are pretty strong. And so I think even though ABJA would only run a criminal background check to check on sex offender status, and we're only looking at tier 3, I worry about the community perception that ABJA now is running criminal background checks on a large percentage of this community. And then what happens when you find other things, and it's a small community, and I think it's just hard to maintain ABJA as a community serving face that is open and safe for members of our community who may have backgrounds, like Francie said, that you can recover from. And I think the implementation is unclear on how much of an administrative burden and legal risks and a number of other things that maybe this has moved pretty quickly, and it seems like we're just not entirely clear on what it looks like from a staff perspective.
Thank you, Matthew, for flagging that, because I will withdraw my support for 5.
Yeah, I support staff on this one.
I'll join them. Yeah, I was thinking about legal consequences. So, yeah, it doesn't smell right. It would make it harder to administer. But honestly, what we really want to do is try and create the fairest playing field, I think. So I'm stuck on that. So I will withdraw support of 5 also.
And this came forth because community requested it?
There was a specific
individual
individual
case. Okay.
And the board asked, what are the safeguards to prevent this? And staff said, we review work history. We do not review other aspects of a person's life. And currently there are no, we do have what we call an ineligibility list for people who are banned from ABJA housing, but that is due to interactions or disputes or compliance issues with APSHA, not the rest of their life.
Okay.
But then the board did ask staff to look at what a program like this could look like, which is what you have here for discussion.
So I'm not hearing board support to move this forward.
Yeah,
not hearing it either,
I
yeah.
think I agree with you on that.
We're going to have to wrap.
Great.
Thank you so much, Matthew. for
Thanks,
bringing
thanks,
that
guys. Thank you.
forward.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
So Chris, if it's okay, we're going to take a senatorial 5, and we're going to take a 5 to set up the PowerPoint.
People in town, we're just thinking
Which will
to
take
care of
15.
almost all these conversations on APSHA. It's like you have these people who are critics of the program who are like, oh, now we're going to guarantee them 3
Up at 3 o'clock, we're a little tardy. We apologize. We have drought safety, drought strategy, safety, and preparedness update with Chris Breitbach. So thank you for joining us.
And I've got a whole host of people that are online and here in the room with me that'll be rotating through in their various subject matter expertise areas to give you some updates on things. So that's the format that we're going to go with today. We're going to start with a National Weather Service update from gentleman Brandon online. I've got some slides. Brendan, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. Thank you. So I will click through and turn it over to you, please.
All right, sounds great. Just a second. All right, so yeah, like I said, I'm Brandon Winters. I'm a meteorologist here at the National Weather Service in Grand Junction. What we're looking at right now in terms of drought conditions across Colorado as a whole, but especially through the central Colorado mountains, including Pitkin County. Pitkin County is currently sitting at D3 to D4 drought, which is extreme to exceptional drought through over half the county, and the other half is sitting at severe drought as well. So we're looking at county-wide drought conditions. This has been developing basically since the beginning of last year, and though we had some quelling of that drought through the monsoon, due to the late and dry nature of our monsoon, it really didn't help us recover a whole lot, which is why we're seeing just the extreme and exceptional drought that we're in right now, including much of the Roaring Fork Basin and up into Aspen. Next slide, please. And another big thing that's contributing to these extreme drought conditions is just considering that we have been sitting under the warmest winter on record, not just here on the Western Slope, but as Colorado as a whole and a lot of the Western United States. On the left graph there, any of those dark reds that you're seeing is considered record warm winter conditions. And if you're looking at Pitkin County explicitly, you can see about half the county is in those record warm winter regions, with the other half still within the top 10 warmest winters that Pitkin County has ever seen. On top of that, you can see on the right graph a bullseye of the top 10 driest winters on record. So we're talking about extremely abnormal, dry and warm winters that we've ever seen across Colorado as a whole, and especially through Pitkin County. Next slide, please. And actually, you can go to the slide after this as well. So one way that we can show this is through our snow water equivalent. This is how much water that we have available from our current snowpack. What you're looking at in this graph is from the Roaring Fork River Basin. So this will include areas such as Aspen and the majority of Pitkin County. And that red line on the bottom there is where our record low snow water equivalent stood before this year. And the black line is us. So we are sitting not just below record low snow water within the Roaring Fork River Basin, but we're sitting well below it. We're talking about 1 to 2 inches of snow water equivalent below that record low, which is a lot when we're talking about snowpack and how much water we have available from it. We're expected to reach the climatological peak in snow water within a month for a lot of the central Colorado mountains, which is not a whole lot of time to try and get back on track. And I think we're kind of beyond that point where we're we're able to get back on track. And right now we're just hoping to try and get above that red line and get out of these record low positions that we're in. Next slide. This is a little bit more of a detailed look at what areas within Pickens County are struggling the most. This is the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center's modeled snow water equivalent. And those pink areas are the areas that are struggling the most at about 0 to 30% of our median snow water equivalent. And we can see they're highlighting a lot of our mid to lower elevations, a lot of our valleys, including the majority of the area with around the Roaring Fork. This doesn't mean that the mountains are doing much better. They're still sitting well below average at about 30 to 70% of what we would typically see in snow water equivalent at this time of year. Basically, just to say that the entire area of Pickens County is struggling at this point, especially those lower elevations within the valleys and around our river basins. Next slide, please. And what you're seeing here, those red and yellow dots, those are our snow tell sites. Those are sites that record how much snow and snow water that we have within the mountains. And all those red dots that you're seeing are where we're seeing record lows in terms of snow water equivalent. Even those sites that are highlighted in yellow are our second lowest. And those yellow and red dots are making up for the vast majority of our snow tell sites across the central Colorado mountains, meaning that widespread we're seeing record lows or near record lows in terms of our snow water equivalent and our snowpack in general. Next slide. So talking about the future, looking ahead to just what we can expect over the next few months. This is from the Climate Prediction Center showing us the 3-month temperature outlook and the 3-month precipitation outlook. And unfortunately, we're kind of sitting under the same pattern for the next 3 months as we enter spring. The Climate Prediction Center is highlighting the majority of our county warning area, including Pickens County, has about a 40 to 50% chance of above normal temperatures and a 40 to 50% chance of below normal precipitation. So as of right now, it's very unlikely that we're going to get out of this abnormally warm and abnormally dry pattern that we've been under for a long time, which unfortunately means that we could expand or worsen the drought conditions across much of the western slope. Next slide, please. This is just another way that we can look at that, in which this is the drought outlook just for, believe the next few months, in which those dark brown colors that we see again across the majority of the Intermountain West is where the drought is expected to persist. So this is basically just a summarized way to say that we're not expecting to see any improvement in those D3 to D4 drought conditions, at least for the foreseeable future. And the next slide. And then last thing I want to wrap up with is, talking about what this all means for us in terms of wildfires. This is the significant wildfire outlook. If you'll look at the bottom right graph, that is where we start to see those red colors pop up across the western slope. When we see those red colors popping up over us, that is indicating that we're expecting to see significant wildfire potential increase. June is kind of an early time to see us start popping up in this graph, to start talking about not just wildfires, but significant wildfires. So with just how little precipitation we've had, how little we're expecting to have, and just how warm it's been and is expected to be going forward, these significant wildfires are expected to potentially pop up earlier than expected, and potentially even last later into the season, depending on how the season actually unfolds. So yeah, it's unfortunate how dry this winter has been, and this is kind of the trend that we're heading towards at this moment. But yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. We have Aspen Utilities here, who's going to give us a little bit of an update from their perspective to kind of further enhance what the National Weather Service has given us. Introduce yourselves, please.
Ellen from Wallaconee, Utilities Director.
Steve Hunter, Special Projects Engineer.
We wanted to start today just by kind of setting the stage of where we are. Okay. Can you hear me now? Is this better? Setting the stage of where we're at with the drought stage that's been enacted. As a reminder, the city enacted Stage 2 drought declaration effective September 1st, and we've been remaining under that same stage since. I won't belabor the points on the screen, but these are the expectations we have of our customers under a Stage 2 reduction. And then, Chris, if you go to the next slide, I can give some background on the water sources. So we have two primary water sources in the Maroon Creek and Castle Creek drainages, and our head gates are about 4 miles upstream of the water treatment facility. And the water system has very little storage during our, and it leaves us susceptible to these drought conditions. And so we're going to have Steve touch on some of the more drought-specific components as to the source water resiliency.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. So I won't spend much time on snowpack, SWE, and the Roaring Fork. I thought the Weather Service out of Junction did a great job, and there's nothing I have to add. I'm going to move through reservoirs and stream flow fairly quickly, and then focus on our hydrologic monitoring and measurement program with local, state, and federal agencies here locally that kind of add to what we already have there. Next slide, Chris, thanks. So real quick, reservoirs. City owns and operates 2 hydroelectric facilities. Big takeaway here, Root Eye for the first time in decades is not expected to fill. Worse inflow records coming in to Root Eye right now. And Root Eye didn't even freeze this winter completely. So kind of scary there. The graphic on the right is a NOAA forecast CBRFC out at Salt Lake. The big takeaway there, about halfway down that graph on the right, you'll see Roaring Fork at Glenwood Springs. And that's the runoff forecast for this year from CBRFC from April to July at showing 54% of normal. And then below that, Cameo in the Colorado, not much better at 51%. So just kind of shadowing. Next slide, Chris. So everybody talked about SWE and snowtells real quick. The city of Aspen worked with the NRCS in we started it probably in 2020, 2021, but we finally installed a new snowtell site, one of the highest in the state, up in Castle off Pearl Pass Road, the Castle Peak Snowtell. It's been in operation now for 2 years. So that's great. It adds to some blind spots we had. We're also working with USGS on stream gauges. We currently have one on Maroon Creek. We have one that we work with on the main stem of the Roaring Fork below Maroon Creek, and we are working to get one on Castle Creek this spring. Could be installed as early as April or May of this year to add to that information and data that we all need. The graphic on the right is Castle and Maroon. That is ASO data, or airborne snow observations. We participate and have since its infancy the CHASM program, which is the Colorado Snow airborne snow program. We do 2 flights a year. We try to hit peak SWE, and then when the snowpack matures and ripens, when it's actively melting. This year, generally those 2 flights are first 2 weeks of April and then late May, first week of June. These we're going to fly potentially as early as next week. So everything, the calculus has changed on the western slope. This basically, snow tells there's 8, now 9 with Castle Peak and the Roaring, so it's a great long period of record, but spatially and elevation bracket-wise, they don't give us the clearest picture. This gives us from the bottom of the basin to the top of the basin, all elevation aspects. And it also has an albedo product, which gives us dust on snow, which is a big factor, and can actually tell us not, a snow tell will tell you you have 8 inches of SWE at a certain site. We actually have hydrologic modeling done with this product, and it'll tell us at our intakes for Castle and Maroon exactly what we have in thousands of acre-feet of water to expect. And with that, I think I'll pass it back to Aaron.
Steve,
Can I ask you a question before you go on?
Sure.
Do you have a snowtell in the Crystal or any of this information for the Crystal?
No. So the closest one to the Crystal, well, there is one in the Crystal. It's McClure. But McClure is also one of the lowest ones. So it's at 8,500 feet. It's melted out already. So that's what they have in the Crystal. Then over there, you got Schofield, East Taylor, just on the other side of those passes. But currently, McClure is what's up in the Crystal.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Steve.
Here we're just showing the service area boundaries of the municipal water system, and mostly just want to reiterate that we have about 4,100 customers, and for the perspective of the commissioners here, our customers extend beyond the city limits of Aspen. So there's a lot of customers within Picken County who, when we do make these signals of water conservation efforts, fall under kind of your purview as well. And we have a wide range of customer types. So we know that our irrigation in the summer drives our largest usage, and so we're coming up on that. And when we make recommendations for conservation and enforcement measures, we expect all the different types of users we have, whether it be residential or commercial in the downtown core or affordable housing in luxury neighborhoods, to be responding accordingly and equally to those recommendations and requests.
Are you anticipating rationing for agriculture also for irrigation?
We are actively meeting with the Drought Response Committee to, check the indicators and see what measures we'll recommend. We, as customers right now, or providers, we don't have many agricultural customers within our service area. But that's certainly something we take into consideration with the hierarchy of uses when we get to a situation where we need to kind of peel back which uses need to be prioritized.
So if you're irrigating a meadow, that doesn't count and you'll be under the restrictions?
That's helpful clarification. In our perspective, yes, those users would be viewed as outdoor irrigation. And so there would be expectations to reduce some of those usages. As it relates to some public spaces and parks, that's where we need to do a lot of diligence and understanding what they can dial back without, making a park unusable for like a playing field for safety. But folks up on the, not in the core, but that extend out towards like the Red Mountain area that have larger parcels and larger landscapes, it would be viewed as outdoor usage.
Wow.
That would be the intent. I think we'll see if we're effective.
And you may be talking about this in a minute, but what does enforcement look like?
Enforcement would be a lot of campaign for communication, getting the notice out before things go into effect, reminding those top users. We have a list of the top 10%, which is about 300 or so customers, and re-engaging them to remind them, you were the highest users last year. Please remember that we're still in drought. We're coming up on worse conditions than we experienced before, and to be kind of preparing for potentially ratcheting up those expectations. We also have insight to people's usage because we have a smart metering program, and so customers can look at what their usage is on a 24/7 basis. We also can. And so there's a lot of outreach we'll be doing by kind of using the data we have in hand and going through the different noticing and communications. We're trying to not start with sticks and lead with communication. So there's
Your
a lot
entire system is metered?
We do. We have a few opt-outs, but it truly is just a handful. And so we have 4,100 approximately that are metered, and that was fully implemented a couple years ago.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Greg?
Just regarding what percentage of your water supply, maybe you said it, what percentage is outdoor use?
We see about a 50% spike from our winter peak to the summer peak. And so if you consider that occupancy might be the same during those seasons, I'd say that there's probably about 50 to 60% of usage goes outside.
That tells me there's bandwidth. If people would make the sacrifice, there's bandwidth to make sure everyone can drink.
We believe there would be.
Yeah. But because my next question was going to be, do you have any alternative water supplies identified anywhere in the watershed that, above us, ideally, that would flow down toward us, that are, potential worthy of outreach sort of questions we might want to pursue?
As far as what would be immediately available to help, in the event of a water source limitation, we do not. We're in a situation where we're rather limited with the sources we have. It's certainly not in the near term, but the project of pursuing the diligence for the water storage rights that are conditional is something we're still actively engaged in and following that water court case, because we do recognize that as a pretty big gap in our water resource resiliency. And we certainly have been engaging with emergency preparedness teams and fire department on what a true emergency for water sources would mean to the community, and engaging that mutual aid.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
For Steve, do we need additional gauges along either Castle or Maroon, and should we be engaging county residents put them on private. So it's a sort of a Brian Moore USGS question.
Yeah,
He's
and
he's back here. He's
I've worked with Brian.
Yeah,
I come from the federal government as a hydrologist and water resource engineer. I've known Brian for a long time. And actually, Brian's the one we're currently working with to get that gauge in. Great question from a hydrologist standpoint. More gauges, the better. But the fact there was one historically on Castle Creek, so getting one back in there, especially to two primary water supplies for the city, is imperative. We work with the county a bunch. I used to be on the Healthy Rivers and Streams board with you guys. So we're constantly looking at, we've got minimum in-stream flows up there with CWCB that we meet or exceed, and this year is uncharted territory. Yeah. But yes, but I think we're doing a great job with the gauges we have, and then adding that one on Castle with the new snowtail in Castle is really filling a blank spot.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And briefly here, I think given drought conditions, it's a reminder to customers and the public of what the role of a municipal water system is and what it's meant to serve. And so this isn't an exhaustive list of the various straws that we'll pull from a municipal water supply bucket, but it is the primary, secondary, and kind of the tertiary. And so wanted to have this up here just as a reminder of the main functions that we focus on when we do come to conditions that require us to kind of peel back and ask our customers to make some concessions. Mm-hmm. Related to this, you'll see not on this list is like wildland fire fighting. We've had a couple questions come up in the past year or so that we've worked on with the fire district, with customers wondering if they can put these exterior wildfire suppression systems that are water-based, and that's not what our municipal water system is designed or has capacity for. So those systems aren't currently allowed, but I think you'll hear from the fire district on, ways that customers could probably best protect their property with the concern they have with the wildland urban interface.
The comment would be that's important information to get out, because we see advertisers advertising for incredible fire suppression systems that basically put a lot of faucets on your roof and things that, I'm in Brush Creek, and I think the water supply in Brush Creek would last 3 minutes or something if we actually had to depend on it in a big way. So a fire, sprinklers on your roof aren't going to do it, and they'll probably get turned off as soon as you decide to put it up there. The water will be shut off, I think, before you have a chance to hose your house down. And people don't really make that connection yet. At least some don't.
Patty, for Aaron and
Steve. Yeah, I just want to, this is for future thinking on the county's part. Look at it, Chris. I think we need to start an education outreach to people in the county who don't use municipal water, who have wells, that their impacts on their wells are going to affect their neighbors, going to affect stream flow, etc., may cause their wells to go dry, which we've had happen up the Crystal, but we could have that happening anywhere this year. And people need to be prepared for, you can't just overwater your Kentucky bluegrass because you have water from a well, because it's impacting other sources and other people's lives. And I think we need to do an education program on that.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Federal partners, we're going to start kind of at the high level and drill ourselves down. So, Brent, I think I have you on the line to give us some updates there, please. And then if you wanted to add Renee as well, please.
U.S. Forest Service.
Yes.
And then Division of Fire Prevention and Control. Thank you, State.
Yes. That's the state, yep. All right, Brent, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, it took a minute. I got a few prompts there. You got me?
We'll have you loud and clear. Go ahead and provide a few minutes of updates.
You bet. So first off, my name is Brent Davidson. I'm the Deputy Fire Staff Officer for the White River National Forest, which is also part of the Upper Colorado Interagency Fire Program here, which is a service first organization between what was previously the BLM, which is now the U.S. Wildland Fire Service and the Forest Service. Basically what that means, if you all don't know, is that we have an agreement where we can exchange resources and combine our federal agencies for response across both BLM lands and Forest Service lands. We have some mixed interagency helicopter crews and personnel, things like that, allows us to kind of work seamlessly across all the lands here for fire response and fuels and prescribed fire work. On the UCR, we have 8 engines, 2 wildland fire modules, 1 10-person fuels crew, 1 Type 3 helicopter, which is actually under the control of the unit here, which we can keep on on our lands here locally as needed, or we can send out if there's not a need here locally. We also supervise and manage a Type 1 helicopter program, which it's underneath the control of the nationwide control. So if it's dry here, it spends a lot of time here. If it's not, it can get pulled to other places. We also have a Type 3 incident management team that we stand up every year annually to help with local response to initial attack, and also for some larger fire, longer duration response. And that's crucial to our operations around here. And it's made up of a bunch of federal and cooperators across the area. And it's really useful for that quick response and organized incident management team for the area. Every year, and particularly in years like last year and this year, we do bring in outside resources to assist with any kind of fire response during high fire danger times. We bring in incident commanders, we bring in duty officers, additional crews and engines, and along with that, the region and the geographic area will also pre-position resources around here. I-70 is a good quick access place for crews and engines and things like that to be moved quickly to different areas. So we end up hosting a lot of those resources here, and we can use them locally for response while they're here. In addition to all that, the region will a lot of times bring in task force of resources and place them strategically for initial attack. They're actually putting one of those together currently. We should see it down here probably on the Front Range in the next couple of weeks, just because of the higher fire danger that they're having over there. On top of all of those resources, we also have an interagency dispatch center down in Grand Junction, as well as air tanker base down in Grand Junction, which is currently under remodel and will be ready for the fire season with some updated capabilities and new infrastructure. Let's see, some of the things that we really focus on as we work with our partners and everybody in the local area with fire danger is coordinating restrictions. We do have restrictions calls weekly whenever we get to the indices that require that or need us to have discussions with all of the partners around here. So we'll host those calls and talk through restrictions so that we're all giving the same information to the public. They don't always know whose ground they're standing on, but we try to coordinate as best we can. The verbiage that we're using and the type of restriction that we're implementing across as many agencies as we can, just to avoid the confusion. And so we're all speaking the same information to the public. Another thing that we focus on is the prevention and education portion of our jobs of wildfire prevention. That goes a long ways, with just not having something we have to deal with. Part of that, last year, there was a number of roadside starts. We had about 200 starts across the UCR. Half of those roughly were human starts, and about half of those were roadside starts. So one of the things that we brought in last year was a prevention and education team. It's a group of folks from outside of the unit that come in to kind of do a focused information sharing and prevention messaging based on what the unit's needs. Last year they came here for 2 weeks and they focused a lot on roadside starts, not parking in the grass, and a lot on making sure your chains are secured so that it doesn't cause any fires. That's something we'll certainly look at again this year if there's a need to bring in extra help for that prevention education component. That's about all I have for response. I'll touch a little bit on fuels and prescribed fire. We have a number of different projects that we're planning and also working on implementing. We did a lot of pile burning this year in Summit County. With the low snow year, we actually had a longer window for implementation. So we got a lot of that work done. In the Aspen, Pitkin County area right now, we've got, working with Aspen Fire and Pitkin County, as well as Ski Co and Pitkin County Open Space on a number of projects in the WUI. looking at a future project or around the Shadow Mountain area with the Shadow Mountain group. We're planning a hand cut and pile area just north of Slaughter Gulch near the Sunnyside RX that was done a couple years ago. Also coordinating on retreatment along Smuggler Mountain with some mechanical hand cut and pile that's been done previously, and just making sure that's maintained. And then one of the big things that we continue to look at, which would be a big benefit to all of us, I think, is some landscape level NEPA and planning for treatments in the larger area, just so that we have the larger menu of options. So it's kind of hard to find the windows to do prescribed fire. And so if we have different projects spread out in different areas, then we have more opportunity to implement those across the landscape in different conditions and different times of the year. So looking to work with a bunch of, the partners around the area for some of that larger level planning moving into the future. And unless there's any questions, that's what I had for today.
We'll come down to the state level, and Renee Nicolette from DFPC. Can you hear us okay? Try one more time, Renee. Can you hear us okay?
She needs to accept the panelist invite.
I'll be rejoining.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Thanks, Renee. Go ahead.
All right. All right, if you want to go to my slides. All right, so my name is Renee Nicoletta, and I am the Regional Battalion Chief for the Colorado River region. So that means I cover Eagle County, Pitkin County, Garfield County, and Mesa County. And the primary role for us here at the Division of Fire Prevention and Control is to assist and support the local agencies. So fire departments, counties, with a range of wildland fire management programs, including administrative, technical, preparedness, planning, etc. Next slide. Some of the things that we do for preparedness to help out the counties, local agencies, fire departments, and our federal partners is we work with a lot of agreements. We host some of them. We work with our federal partners and our local partners to create those agreements. One of the biggest ones with Pitkin County is the wildfire operating plan. We had that meeting back in February with all of our federal partners, fire departments in the county, and just kind of discussed we kind of discuss our operational plan of framework of how we're going to do business together before the fire season happens. So when they happen, we know who's going to do what the roles are, how we're going to play in the sandbox together. DFPC also have some wildland funding guidelines, because we know a lot of times there's a strain on the counties or the fire departments when a fire does come into their area. And the biggest thing that we want to emphasize is that rapid initial attack. But if they're worried about money and what it's going to cost and if it's going to drain the coffers, that isn't very beneficial. So we have these reimbursement and funding guidelines that we can assist with when to try and keep these small. That also includes the Emergency Fire Fund, which Pitkin County participates in. And those fund our state responsibility fires. And when those funds are depleted, then the governor will do an executive order. We also have battalion, deputy, and district chiefs that are available to assist the fire departments in the counties. And we have implemented a Colorado Mutual Aid Response Program, which is when, all of these, when we're gonna have a fire season like we did last year and potentially this year, a lot of the resources get drained and they're spread out all over. And so it's hard to get those resources quickly when the fire, when we want to keep the fire small. So we have implemented this where we can draw down and we can pull resources from all around the state and get them there a lot more quickly when the federal system is depleted and we're waiting for them to come from other states. Brent touched on the Interagency Dispatch Center. We did add state dispatchers to the centers as well, and that has allowed for not 24/7, but 7-day-a-week coverage all year, not just seasonally, because we do have aircraft that the state owns also that need to be available and dispatched during off-season, so that has helped. We also have implemented an intelligence unit, which gives us a variety of intelligence products. There's satellites that give hits on heat that we can look into. They also create weather briefs weekly. Sometimes on weeks like this, we'll get them throughout the week as the situation changes and there's fire weather in the Eastern Plains. And then during an incident, they can also give us intelligence packages that kind of show the progression of what could happen with a fire, depending on fuels, winds, things like that. Next slide. So as far as operational readiness, when the, what we do for when the fires happen is we have several state managed resources for several purposes. One of the big ones is, like Brent kind of alluded to on some of the resources, is they are controlled at a national level. We've found in the state that a great way to partner with our federal agencies and help out our counties and local partners is to have these state-owned resources. So the decisions of where they go and where they're stationed and what fires they go to are made at the state level, not at the national level. So we have contracts on single engine air tankers and a large air tanker that are exclusive use. So that means they will stay in state. And we have longer contracts on those. Our seats, they came on contract yesterday, and our large air tanker will come on May 15th, depending on fire season. We may bring them on earlier as well. We also have 2 state-owned Type 1 helicopters. Those are our Firehawks. They're available year-round and located in Montrose and Broomfield. We have 2 state-owned Type 2 helicopters, which are also available year-round. And we have 2 state-owned multi-mission aircraft, which are available year-round. Those are our intelligence planes that can fly high level. They can do mapping. They can fly when there's been a big lightning storm and look for where those lightning strikes were to see if any fires were started before there's smoke in the air and get those reported to the local agencies, whether it's federal or private or county lands, before we even know about them. We also have 6 suppression modules, which are comprised of about 10 people across the state, and they can be combined to create larger hand crews as well. And they're pretty versatile with UTVs, snow machines, and they can also do all hazard search and rescue, things like that. We also have 4 daily staffed engines that are stationed across the state with several additional engines that can be tied in with, say, those modules. So we have extra engines as well. And then again, like I spoke, we have a lot of overhead that can assist. We can assist when the fires are small and they're just local responsibility or county responsibility. And then if they get to be those large wildland fires, then at the request of the county, we will come in and we will act as agency administrators, working very closely with the county and the local partners to make sure that the objectives that the incident management team is doing match the county and the local agencies as well. And that is all I've got, unless there's any questions.
So quick question. So go ahead. Renee, thank you. Hello to Director Morgan and hello to Chief Burnett. Is the Firehawk already up and running in Montrose?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And so there's only a 14 helicopter gap between California now and Colorado. I'd like to see us close that Firehawk gap. They have 16, we have 2, so we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Thank you. Greg.
Just the question regarding intelligence gathering, the ability to look at hotspots. I'm wondering how granular that can get. I'm trying to resolve the issue that I perceive is that we have a lot of homeowners and second homeowners who may be completely unaware that their houses are completely surrounded by flammable materials, and it's really hard to get them in the loop. When we did fire mitigation in my neighborhood for the last several years, getting the neighbors to cooperate, especially the second homeowners, long distance people, was impossible. They just said, no, don't come on my property. And so I see this as a growing hazard, and I'm just wondering, do we have all the data we need, or is it a data gathering question, or is it some sort of enforcement or code action that we could implement? Because all of this seems great. This is response to a fire. I'm trying to get out in front of it as best I can. wondering if you can help. But just specifically, I was thinking about the intelligence gathering from the aircraft, and could your aircraft actually fly over us beforehand, before the season begins, and give us some sort of a baseline, I guess? Does that make sense?
I think I'm understanding what your question is. So
good.
as far as that is concerned, so the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board was implemented, and there were those that came about. But the aircraft is more for it's IR
Okay,
and
so it sees hotspots.
and yeah, it sees hotspots, but then there's also color video. But again, it's not, you're going to get the same kind of satellite imagery that you would get from, say, Google Maps, where you can see how dense the forest is. So it's not necessarily going to be able to be that beneficial, I don't believe, for that aspect.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for that.
Greg, you've teed me up nicely, so I will
Good.
will tackle that question here.
So for Angie and everyone else in the room and online, we're going to move the legislative update to 4 p.m.
No, it's
5 p.m. and you guys have another half an hour. So please just continue. And apologies for trying to truncate 2 hours down to 1. So thank you, Angie Davlin.
Thanks, everyone. Mic's on. Perfect. Okay, so I'm Angie Davlin. I'm the Executive Director of the Wildfire Collaborative Roaring Fork Valley. You've heard from the federal level, the state level, we'll hear from the local level, and our job is really to weave all of those partners together in a cohesive strategy specifically for our watershed here. This map shows the core areas of focus. We'll talk about advanced wildfire modeling here in a second. I'll show you some of our fuels reduction projects in Pitkin County, and you can see those are the orange blobs. Our service area is the entire watershed, and we extend that work especially in the populated areas along the highway corridor, but also knowing that fire tends to start in the wildland and spread rapidly toward our communities. The red are prescribed burns. The Sunnyside burn, someone mentioned it earlier, is completed, which was a great success. And we have 2 more planned. These are really partnerships with the U.S. Forest Service and the local fire districts here. And we typically step in as an outreach partner and also to coordinate with private landowners, extending the work of those public efforts onto private land. And then we are increasingly focused on evacuation. We did a project on the Serpentine area in partnership with the U.S. Forest Service and Carbondale Fire. That was a great success. We'll do more of that in the coming months and years. Let's start with some of our fuels reduction projects in Pitkin County. This is a project in Basalt that did some great thinning work. And if you keep going to the next slide, we'll just cut to the chase and show you the results of this completed project. This was in partnership with the town, the State Forest Service, Roaring Fork Fire. And you can see on the left is the before, on the right is the after, and we got some really nice spacing in the trees in there. One of the biggest threats to our area is fast fire. Fast fire comprises only 3% of all wildfire, and yet it burns down 90% of homes. So our area is surrounded by really dense fuels, continuous fuels with few fire breaks. So going into an area like this and thinning trees, giving aerial support a chance for water can reach the ground is really important. There's one more before and after. So that's Wilderness Road and Hillside Drive. This is Pinion Drive and Ridge Road. Just some nice spacing out there. This is a great example of what we call an invisible fire break. We're still giving people all of the forest they want to recreate in and look at, but we're really reducing the hazard for wildfire and lots of co-benefits for wildlife. The second project I'll show you is the Soapers Mountain Ranch project, and you'll see in a minute why it's not an invisible fire break. This was a large partnership, lots of colors on this map representing the different partners that came together to really make this happen. We did 300 acres of thinning on private land in direct partnership with the Soapers Mountain Ranch HOA. They were incredible partners. We got some big grants on, in the mix for this one. Pink and blue are BLM projects, and the bright green is Forest Service. So an incredible example here of all these partners came together to do something that they couldn't do alone. The collaborative was sort of Switzerland here. We were managing the project. We were
aggregating finances, and then we were able to expand the impact well beyond what anyone can do. Thanks to Pitkin, you all also will be a funder in this work. And here is an example of the first 150 acres. We removed 1,000 hazardous trees, 2,000 tons of vegetation, and formed 80 piles. And this picture does not do it justice. The height of those piles is pretty overwhelming. Each of those 80 piles has, quite a few trees in it, and those will be burned when it's safe to do so. This map is a good example. One of the reasons that Sopris Mountain Ranch break was really important is that you can see here it's a critical fuels break between Carbondale and Snowmass. And a simulation fire conducted by the Forest Service and Roaring Fork Fire a few years ago showed that fire would move from Carbondale to Snowmass Village in about 12 hours. So breaking up the fuels, giving a space where firefighters can get in and stage equipment and defend was really critical. The other thing that this map shows, you're doing great, is all of the areas that have made significant progress on advanced wildfire modeling. Truly every municipality right now, except for Basalt, and we're hoping to cover Redstone and the Carbondale project. We'll see what we can support there. And then also we're still continuing to try to fund downtown Glenwood Springs. But every other municipality in the valley, including Aspen, has moved forward on that one. And I'll show you in my 2 slides here why it's so important. So this is a picture of, Pitkin County area. That dense blob to the bottom right is Aspen, and then Snowmass Village is on the left. The best available wildfire modeling that we have tends to look like this. And there's 2 main problems with that. One, it's scary. There's a lot of red and a lot of orange, and not really any other color. And so as someone who's in the business of proactive, preventative wildfire treatments, large-scale, cross-boundary, multi-partner, we're trying to work before the fire happens, making sure that when fire returns here, our communities are left standing. Maps like this do not give me the data to understand where we can put our best investments in proactive treatments. There's just too much risk everywhere, and even if we had hundreds of millions of dollars, we couldn't fund all of this mitigation, nor would we want to. And so that part is problematic. The other part that you can see is all of the areas that are probably most critical to protect against, where people live and where the houses are gray, because they're treated in most wildfire models as urban areas that aren't, susceptible to wildfire. And we know from, all the recent fires we've seen, Marshall, Lahaina, certainly LA, that wildfires are now a problem of urban conflagration, home-to-home ignition. So we brought in this incredible brain, Dr. Hussam Mahmood. He's out of Vanderbilt University now. He was at Colorado State University for about 14 years before that. And he is truly the best wildfire modeler in the world. And I don't say that hyperbolically. He's the only wildfire modeler who can understand home-to-home transmission. So he has now completed work in, initial work in Marble, Snowmass Village, and we're working on 2 areas of Glenwood Springs where we've collected the data and we're just waiting for results. And we are actively collecting data in Carbondale, in the entire fire protection district, and in the entire Aspen Fire Protection District. And huge thanks there to Aspen Fire who funded that large-scale effort. What we're seeing from Snowmass Village and Marble is that this is just, it's transforming our ability to plan effective treatments. And we can dial in treatments at various levels of intensity at precisely the right spot, and then have, data supported 86% accurate understanding of how fire will move through a town. And as someone with a data science background, those are numbers that you don't often see. We're quite excited. This is the postcard that is tricklingly its way out to that Aspen Fire Protection District now. It's been with the post office for a few weeks, and our survey numbers are slowly increasing. So we're hoping to get as many Aspen Fire Protection District residents as possible, or to take this survey themselves. And then we're committed, and thanks Aspen Fire is committed to getting 100% home level data. And so we have a data collector that will go home to home for anyone who does not take this survey. And it's about 6,000 to 7,000 homes in that area. And so over the next 2 months, that's all that Nick is doing, home to home, just collecting that data. It's easy. It's designed for someone who doesn't know a lot about building materials to take. You can take it on your neighbors' homes if you feel like it, if someone's a part-time resident or if they're not tech friendly. There's nothing, preventing you from adding that in. And then just to conclude, we really exist to support the work of other entities. We are so grateful to our stakeholders. The 4 fire districts and all 4 fire chiefs are on our board. The counties, the municipalities, you are all core funding partners. You took a chance 3 years ago. We piloted this work to see if it would work. And the investment that you made, we've returned $30 in cash to the tune of about $6.7 million throughout the watershed for real on-the-ground projects. So we're grateful for your investment, and thank you for trusting in us. Our job is really to expand the work, and we get to invest and focus on wildfire in ways that no other entity really can.
Thank you, Angie. Questions for Angie? Patricia?
Yes, I'm touring the Lahaina site.
Oh,
first
interesting.
Week of May.
Wow.
So if anybody wants to speak with me before I go, please reach out to me. Any questions you might have or thoughts you might have. It's going to be a pretty amazing experience, I have a feeling. I'm trying to put together photographs of the Lake Christine fire, so if anybody has any before the fire, during the fire, right after the fire, and then mitigation efforts to present to the county commissioners in Lahaina. So please, I want as much information we can share with them. They're still trying to get over or start in some areas mitigation after the fire. They're having a hard time. Yeah. So we get to go to places that haven't been open to the public.
Wow.
So yeah, so let's talk maybe before I go. I'm leaving May 1st.
Okay.
Thanks, Angie.
Yeah.
Just regarding having a presentation similar to this to other people in the community, I'm presenting tomorrow night at a young professionals organization or something like that.
Yeah.
And one of their specific questions was, what are you doing about fire? What should we be worried about? All the things you've just gone through. And I want them to be able to link this. I've copied down your links, but to contact you directly,
great.
I still have roaringforkschools.com. And that's probably...
That's old.
That's an old one, yeah, okay. So I need
Another
to
life.
Yeah.
find your email address.
I'm
If
happy
you wanna
to
share
email
it,
you, and
yeah,
I'd
you
love
can
to come present to them.
Tomorrow evening at 5?
Possibly,
Okay,
yeah.
well, I'll maybe I'll
The
give you
more the better, yeah.
Great, all right, we'll be in touch.
But he's not sure what organization he's presenting to, so we'll
Yeah,
have to figure that out.
I know what they're
We'll
called.
talk. We'll figure it out. And I have been going HOA to HOA just to kind of, get people drummed up on that level. They're trusted communication source from their own HOA is great.
Wonderful.
All right.
Thanks, team.
Good job.
Thank you. Thanks, Angie.
I'm going to go quickly through it, and then we do have the 3 fire district chiefs, one here, 2 online that they can give their
Excellent.
local efforts as well. But just sticking with the same mitigation focus from an emergency management at the county level, getting a lot of this information together, the unified, clear messaging that we've been hearing constantly. We experienced it quite a bit last year. Abby Cheney, who's in the room with us here, and the different PIOs across the county, we've been really working strongly. It was mentioned earlier that with some of the meetings that we've had over the last couple months, we're really unifying this message and asking how effective was the message and what did we miss. So we're coming out with a whole new campaign here for the summer that will hopefully get that message to all of our customers and our citizens within the county. And then again, liaisoning with all these state and federal partners that we've been hearing about. My message on the preparedness side is knowledge is power. And how do you get that knowledge? Whether it's through the alert and warning systems that we have with the Everbridge or the Pick and Alert system in Reachwell as a complementary system to that. Sharing those stage 1, stage 2 restriction messaging even more broadly than we have in the past. Continuing to drive home that message of go kits. Have yourself ready to go. What does that look like? We're going to be even further enhancing what some of those messages look like. And then that evacuation accountability. Exercise this within your family. I mentioned last night at another meeting This isn't when everybody's sitting around the kitchen table at 5 o'clock. That's the easy way for everybody to get up, get in the car, and go to your evacuation site. Let's talk reality. One kid's at work somewhere in the valley, another kid's at a sporting event. Maybe the spouses are not together, and now we have to evacuate. How does that happen? And to talk through that, to look at what those worst case scenarios are, and make sure that that plan is as bulletproof as it can be. I'm working with folks in the county to look at our EOC activations, the different roles and responsibilities of the emergency support functions, the policy groups, the Joint Information Center. We're really ramping up a lot of that education so people understand their roles and responsibilities within the jurisdictions, within the communities, within the county and the county themselves. Working a lot with our RAFTA partners. They can give us a lot of data as to how many people come up valley every day and how many buses would be needed to do evacuations down valleys. So a lot of that work is continuing, and we're just really trying to drive that message home. You have to have a plan. You have to have situational awareness. If something doesn't feel right, get out and leave before we're telling you to leave, because it's going to afford you more time and avoid some of those choke points. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the local fire protection districts. I know Chief Anderson is in the room here. We'll start with him. Chief Thompson and Chief Goodwin are on the line, but we'll start with Aspen.
Quite the tie.
Thanks.
Jeffrey, his tie is made out of green beads. I want you to know.
That's so you don't get pinched.
Yeah, I wasn't coming here to get pinched,
You've got yours on too. Out.
Hi, I'm Allie.
Allie?
I am the Director of Community Wildfire Resilience with Aspen Fire.
And I'm Jake. I'm the fire chief. So we'll just go over a couple things. I don't need to go through all the equipment we have, and I know we're on a timeline here. So a highlight for the folks in the room is that we are still working. We have that arrangement to refill seats out at Sardi that we all worked on a couple of years ago.
A seat being a single engine air tanker.
Right.
In case that wasn't clear.
Yeah, not a chair. But yeah, that's hopefully up and running this summer. It'll become more and more important, especially if the seats are coming from the Front Range, as we've discussed in the past. Some of the other areas we're working to be a little bit more innovative and just utilize technology. Everyone in this room is familiar with Pano. Did you have updated stats on Pano? We started with the initial 4 sites here in this county, right around this town, and now we're up to...
I think there are around like 9-ish in the valley, but across Colorado, they're expanding to 160 sites.
Wow, that's great.
So, and I think, part of the reason I bring that up is private funding, right, helped pay for that initial pilot project. We're doing something similar with the world's first aerial firefighting semi-autonomous drones, which should be arriving here in June or July. When they're fully loaded, they'll weigh over 300 pounds. They'll carry about 20 gallons of water with finished foam being up to about, they estimate 100 gallons of finished foam. It doesn't sound like a lot, and it's not compared to traditional aviation. However, this could be really useful in some of those scenarios where traditional aviation is currently unsafe or impossible. And the fact that, 20 becomes 40, becomes 60, as these things return, will refill their water, will switch out their batteries, and hypothetically they could fly all night long, which would make them the only aircraft that can fight fire at nighttime in Colorado. There's a lot of hoops to jump through there, including the fact that these will not be able to be utilized on federal lands. We have to work on a cooperator letter with our federal partners to make that happen. And in order to do that, we have to actually build the program, have the training program in place, be operating these, and be able to prove that we can do so safely. We have hired some experts to work on specifically making that happen as soon as possible. But historically, getting an aviation program into a cooperator letter typically takes to the tune of years. We're going to try to expedite that as fast as we safely can. Another thing that we put on there...
Real quick, what about drones and FAA?
That's being handled through the FAA and through Seneca. They do have all the correct licensing, the different parts that they're looking at. And the other thing with these is there are 6 different layers of deconfliction to make sure they never interfere with a manned aircraft. Also the fact that when you tell them where to go, you draw on an iPad, say, I want you to go over here, avoid this area. It'll have specific areas you can tell it never to go. And then you can give it a ceiling as well. So I don't want it 30 feet above trees or obstacles, and it'll stay extremely low and never exceed that. So
Is deconfliction a word?
Yes. In the drone and aircraft world.
Deconfliction.
It's been a word we've heard a lot this year, actually. And then a couple other things is we're still trying to get some more pano sites in some inaccessible areas, and we're currently trying to figure out how to get one up near Lincoln Creek. We'll see if we can make that happen this summer or not. For those blind spots, we're also looking at some different satellite detection possibilities, just to say, alert us to hot spots, et cetera, and see if we can just kind of see into some different ways, into some spots that currently are in the shadow of terrain or whatever. Another cool tech company we recently reached out to because their technology intrigued us is Sonic Fire Tech. This is a company that literally has rocket scientists from NASA. They have figured out how to use sound waves to vibrate the oxygen molecules in a way that they do not allow fire to occur.
What?
So
That's really scary.
it's interesting. And I think it's pretty early on. It's harmless to humans. You can't hear it. It's below our audible range. We have a lot of questions about it. But when we look at it as a potential alternative to these water sprinkler systems that people would love to put on their houses, if this was something that could put out a cone and not let fire happen, I think that would be a great thing. So
that just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
These people are wicked smart, okay?
YouTube, like putting out a fire with sound waves, you'll see kind of like the college kid version, and then this, like what they're doing is the NASA version. And you can imagine it like very similar to like gutters on your house, or like a sprinkler system that has all these different points of spraying water, but it's instead of a gutter, instead of that sprinkler system, it's literally like these almost like big bass speakers,
Woofer.
but it's like really, really low, like out of the range of human hearing, is my understanding. But yeah, it's like a very, very cool potential because, speaking to water challenges.
And what about dogs?
I had the same question, but yeah, emerging technologies.
But
lots
you
of
can
questions.
switch it to like, techno, music, just with a little clip with a switch, right?
Oh, I can't wait.
So we'd love to turn to, we've got 2 more districts.
Yep.
And I'm not
trying to move through it out. Totally. Trying to go as fast as we can. And then we are building a wildfire division this year, which will, is causing us to kind of rearrange our organization. So I'll have a little bit more overhead. We'll have a wildfire battalion chief, wildfire lieutenant, a seasonal fuels management and firefighting crew also. And then a community engagement coordinator, just someone to help get our public messaging out as, better. We also will have our current cadre of, about 80 staff and volunteers dedicated to our all hazard priorities. And then moving forward with our projects for the year, and this is an area that we will come back to with an ask on at some point, partnering with the city, with county, ACES, AVLT, SKICO, the collaborative, and really looking at some fuels treatment projects in areas. We're prioritizing the evacuation route. We're also looking at areas of refuge, and then we've currently got prescriptions written for Shadow Mountain Smuggler out by Burlingame, and then Ute, Stillwater, and also looking at potentially some stuff up by Smuggler again, and partnership with the Forest Service and hopefully the county. This is kind of a map we just wanted to show you. The green spots on there are county land, yellowed city, SKICO's purple, and then we have AVLT and ACES on there as well. And you see, even if we were only able to do some projects on property that is owned by some of those 5 landowners, we could actually accomplish quite a bit. And there's already some great spaces in here, like golf courses and an airport, right, that are relatively fire resistive. But when we're looking at doing meaningful work that's next to communities, especially one like ours that's difficult to evacuate, we can make a really big impact just by doing these spots, especially if we can get to some of them this year. The modeling that we're doing and already involved in data collection now will help advise what we need to do in years 2 through 10. We already know the spots that are critical to get done this year, and we're going to do whatever we can to move on them.
All right, I'll jump in. When we talk about what actually makes a difference, we are talking not about sprinkler systems, but about home hardening and defensible space. So we're doing our best to empower the community to do that along with our landscape scale treatments. We are doing like a co-brand event with Arbor Day, so we will have a presence there. Our community chipping program, which is supported by the county, the city, and the fire department, it's now district-wide. And yeah, I know Greg was an early user of that program, but very happy to offer that. Again, we also have our philanthropic arm, the Aspen Wildfire Foundation, which became a 501c3 in 2024, that is helping support some of these initiatives that we don't want, necessarily to spend tax dollars on, an unproven technology, for instance. So we, great partnership there to help fund some of these initiatives. We are still hearing a lot from citizens about their evacuation concerns. And on that note, I would throw out there for something to think about is, are there any areas within the city, whether they're buildings, parks, open spaces, that could suffice as an area of refuge if people cannot get out of town? So I'm thinking, whether they're businesses, city, county, what would have proper air filtration and be able to support bringing people inside, buildings that could withstand a wildfire. So just put that in the back of your brains. And then, finally, insurance for homeowners does continue to be a big topic of conversation, and we are doing our best to support that conversation and figure out what the meaningful things are, basically, in order to help people get and keep insurance.
Yeah, so I've asked this question probably twice a year now for 5 years, so 10 years, so bear with me because I'll probably get the same answer again. But it's about evacuation, and it's always, well, it depends on the event, but I do have a specific question about evacuation.
Oops.
And that is, I'll ask it
Scott,
20 times.
Scott, if you can mute your phone.
I'm
That's
not,
That's on our end.
You're all good.
Go ahead.
I'm good?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's rafter riders. So we bring in, I don't know how many thousands of people on rafter buses, and then we have to evacuate them. And I'm just wondering, you don't have to give me the answers now, but are there answers for that?
Yes. And Zach, I see him just popped up on the line as well. Zach is with RAFTA. Do you want to go ahead and start the answer?
Sure, absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Zach Sutherland. I'm the Safety, Security, and Risk Manager for RAFTA. A question that comes up pretty frequently is, what is RAFTA's evacuation plan? And really the short answer is, we partner with other emergency managers and public safety councils up and down the region so that our resources and data can fit into their plans. So to address your question specifically, we have data that tells us what our ridership looks like on a day-to-day and even hour-to-hour basis. And we're using that data to be able to deploy those resources, in this case is however many buses Chris and his team would need for an evacuation. So I guess the short answer is, if RAFTA puts 1,000 people in the city of Aspen and those folks need to be evacuated, we're going to be able to deploy the appropriate number of buses to that area and be working with Chris and his team throughout that process.
Okay. That's if you have time. All right, so I get that. Okay, thank you.
We would be redeploying and absorbing the service disruptions down valley to move folks up valley, to move our buses and our riders, or our drivers rather, up valley. And Chris and Ian Adams, our operations director, and myself are going to be doing tabletop exercises on this within the next month or so, while also adding in curveballs of, what if our Glenwood maintenance facility is cut off for whatever reason, or any other number of things that can inevitably come up when we do tabletop exercises in the EPR world. We always like to add in as many curveballs as possible to see how thinly our resources can be spread. and still figure out the best way to get those buses up valley as quickly as possible. We're also partnering with the town of Snowmass to be able to utilize their fleet depending on how thinly spread we are on the RAFTA side.
Great, thank you so much.
Thanks, Zach.
You're welcome.
Chief Anderson and Allie Hammond, thank you for your time. Thank you for having us. Appreciate it. And I will say for the Aspen folks, we did see Chief Farber was here also earlier. So I saw Kim in the back of the room. Scott Thompson, Chief Thompson, the floor is yours. Or the car is yours.
The car is yours. We're working on. Okay.
I've seen Director Morgan in the same pose, like from their automobile.
There you go. Chief Thompson, it's yours. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Got another board meeting coming up, so I couldn't make it up Valley. But the first thing that I wanted to bring up to the commissioners and the entire group is how well our partnerships on response work. We proved it on the Coulter Creek fire in Carbondale's district last year. The Snowmass Creek fire, we had 2 of them up in Snowmass Creek. Those relationships are vital to our valley in stopping these fires small. And all the fire chiefs are into that, our federal partners and our state partners, that we get resources. We don't have to worry about the cost of them, that we're going to hit these fires fast and try to make stops on them. As far as the Roaring Fork District, our board has supported the wildland firefighters. We're hiring seasonal staff. They're starting in late May. Most are college students. There's 2 returning firefighters that have experience with us. One, this is his 3rd year. So we look forward to that additional responses. And the board's also helped us replace 3 of our aged wildland trucks that are specifically for urban interface. And they're carrying more water and they have more capabilities than our older trucks. So we look forward to that. And then the other thing that the board purchased was a tactical tender, and that's specifically for the reason of wildland. It's an all-wheel drive. And of course, our mitigation projects, we're going to continue that. We've got a lot of piles to burn in Pickens County, so you can look forward to a little bit of smoke in the wintertime. But I think that's one reality that our valley has to get used to, is we need to lower our fuels, and how we do that is cut and pile or, mastication. So that'll be coming up, and we'll advise you when that's going to start. That's it for me.
Thank you, Chief Thompson. Incredible responses. I know there are 3 wildfires, or 1 was structure, 2 were wildfires. Sorry, 1 was structure, 1 was a Mercedes Sprinter van, 1 was wildfire. But thank you for the incredible response time. I think the lesson for the community out of it was clearly the availability of water was crucial, and obviously the partnerships that you've created and bring in resources at stopping those fires early. So, but I think the takeaway for the community is, and Aaron, I'm glad you're back in the room. It took, for example, 1 structure fire took Gateway, Lazy O, and McKay Branch in terms of tenders to put out 1 structure fire because of limited water supply from a metro district. So it's a lesson for us going forward. So thank you, Scott Thompson.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Chief. Chief Goodwin?
Rob Goodwin, cool.
Chief Goodwin, can you hear us?
He's getting promoted right now.
Got it. That'll be the end.
So are we planning to stay how long tonight?
There we go.
There you go. Thanks, Chief.
I finally have controls on my Zoom panel. Thank you, Chris. All right, thank you for asking us to be here. With Carbondale Fire, we're doing much of the same kind of thing that Aspen Fire and Roaring Fire are doing. A lot of these things we've been doing for a number of years. So, you know, we all have big fire districts. It takes about 45, it takes about 50 minutes to drive from one end of our fire district to the other. It's about a 40 plus mile drive. So that's unique in itself. All this stuff on the screen, we are working with the Wildfire Collaborative quite closely, and I won't go into all those. Angie explained those very well, but we are still focused on the Marble area as far as modeling and evacuation, and then now down the Crystal Valley and the Carbondale area as well. And I really look forward to the results of those. I'm a huge believer in mitigation, and I've become more and more over the years convinced that it's the best thing we can do because as you've seen on TV and many times when a fire gets rolling, you cannot put enough aircraft, water, firefighters, engines around it to stop it or slow it or do much of anything. So, you know, having accurate modeling and paying the cost of that up front and then doing landscapes scale mitigation around your communities and then individual projects for homeowners, I think is the thing that's gonna really have a wildfire stop or slow down, drop down on the ground instead of the grounds, and then we can stop it or slow it down, or worst case, gives us time to get people out and we're not killing people. I think that's one of the best things I can do for the rest of my career is have that be a main focus. Next slide, Chris. Whoop, wait a minute. Okay, so I'll go back. I couldn't remember how many slides I had in it. We have two, we've done this for 25 plus years. Starting in early May this year, we will have two type 6 or type 3 brush truck or a bigger truck staffed every day doing wildland fire patrols in our district. One dedicated to the south end, which is almost all Pickens County and Marble, and then the other one around Carbondale and the north end of our district, which is Missouri Heights and that kind of thing. We're increasing the staffing of those to 3 people instead of 2 this year. Our goal is always, we've had our mission statement for that has always been very simple. Keep small fires small and no one dies. And so, you know, you never know what fire you stopped because you didn't get on CNN, but I know Scott's done this for years. Initial attack patrols really do keep small fires small. And we patrol dispersed campgrounds and kick those things out every day. So I think that's really important. We also have our regular type 3 engines, tactical tenders, UTVs in our drone program, that kind of thing. Last year, we did 20 plus wildfire calls here, and then 14-day deployments regionally or nationally. This year, we've decided to finally stand up a wildland division, and we did it, and we now have a wildland division chief, and that chief will be in charge of all of this initial attack stuff. Also our mitigation, public messaging, our wildland attack and deployments. Wildland is such a huge issue or a huge program around here, we finally made the choice to fund it properly and build that. But everybody else has kind of said what they've said, and they're all right. It's going to be an interesting year. I really appreciate Pickens County's support, the way you have always done it with us. And finally, I just want to echo what Scott said about the cooperation between organizations, not just the fire districts, the counties. It is at a place where like it's never been. The Coulter Creek fire, for example, was a fire that started last year on the same day as the Elk and Lee fires in Meeker. We were able to, we had a magnificent local and regional response, and had aircraft, all those things. And it was, we brought in a lot of resources really quickly, and that's hard to manage, and it's hard to not injure someone. And something you should know about your county emergency manager, Chris Breitbach, showed up right away and just said, hey, how can I help? And he just rolled out his stuff right there at the command post and really, really helped our management team and our operation. And so along with this mitigation stuff and all the things we're doing, Chris has been invaluable, in my opinion, since he's been here. And I'm really grateful that he's here. That's about all I got.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Chief Goodwin.
Thank you.
Thank you. One follow-up question for Chris. We didn't hear from CDOT, and I know one of the other issues we have during the fire season really is folks coming in and out of town, and then the maintenance of the hell strip. I don't know what you call the strip between the highway. I call it the hell strip, where they don't maintain it. And all of a sudden, we've got 12-inch blades of grass and chains. And so one of the dangers, I think we had a fire down at Whole Foods last year, is making sure CDOT's on board with our program as well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation with them over the last year, trying to get them to be more reactive, proactive to doing this work. I know that the fire chiefs within the county have been doing that as well. We, from a communications perspective, it's another link in our public works leadership is another link into that world. So it's a battle that we keep working on. I know that they've got staffing issues as well, and that's one of their biggest concerns. But yes, we are on top of that as well to try to do that. And I know that some of the local jurisdictions have stepped up and said, if you can't, we will.
Thank you for that.
And I'm just going to end the way I started. This really ends on the residents and the visitors that come into this county. They got to understand what's going on. They have to understand what kind of restrictions are in. They have to understand and follow what restrictions we post. A lot earlier on in the conversation, Brent mentioned that there was basically an incident management team of communications folks that were here in the valley working last summer, in the region. And one of the statistics was the majority of human-caused fire starts were residents of Colorado. So it's not the visitors that are coming here from Florida that don't understand what's going on. So everybody has to be vigilant to this. Everybody has demonstrated over the last 90 minutes. This is something that we have to be really ready to respond to this year.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
Thanks to everyone on the team. Thank you for everyone in the room. Thank you to City of Aspen for joining us.
The girls.
Great job.
Thank you to AFPD. Thank you.
Thanks for putting that on the
Chris.
agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Steve and Aaron, thank you.
Sorry about that, Chris.
Do we have Chelsea?
Clark. Chelsea was in the room.
Oh, boy.
Is Krista here?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Krista's going to call in, I
It's going to
think.
be virtual. Can you check to see if
Krista's,
So
Krista's online.
Krista's got her hand up. We're going to go with Krista.
That was Mark.
Rob Ittner, used to be county commissioner.
Excellent. Hey, Rob, you're going to take it outside. Dr. Giesel, thanks for joining us again, twice in 2 weeks.
I know.
2 Giesels in one day.
Giesel Family Day.
Crazy.
Yeah. And we enjoyed our session with your son, I guess, earlier today. So
Thank you.
We are now well informed in terms of
the role of parents in the house and the activity. So it was really an illuminating conversation, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You're here for a Board of Health renewal.
I am.
And I think part of our expectation as the BoCC is really understanding for folks that serve, like, what could we be doing better as a community, as a board? What else do you need going forward? So sort of reflections on your years of service, but also just, what kind of feedback do you want to give back to the board? So not so much an interview with, here's my resume, but really, where are we? What can we do better as Board of Health?
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me. I joined the Board of Health at the height of the COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
And so really came with a lot of interest around that. And again, we kind of all know, don't need to repeat too much of that, but I thought we had a great response as a county, and I really enjoyed getting to know kind of how the county worked, especially all the different emergency management services together, which I think is kind of what I would say is the answer to that question. As we look at the community and our continuing needs for public health, whether that be around public safety with the e-bikes on the trails, we still have a lot of mental health needs in the community. You're hearing from a bunch of youth, as I know from my own children and being there with the labor ban, there still are a number of issues that I think are public health issues that we just appreciate having the community partners and the support of the BoCC behind to help just keep our community safer on all these fronts that are kind of multi-tiered in terms of public safety, quite frankly.
What do you believe is the next issue that's going to come forth to the board?
Well, what would I like to come forth to the board?
Yeah.
I think Greg has some really good ideas about some of the e-bikes on the paths. And honestly, I was standing talking to a couple of friends and almost got plowed over the other day. And I was like, I need to get on this again, because I think that this is not just something that is a Pitkin County issue. We have community partners that we can work with up and down the valley to help solve this. But I do think this summer, again, if the weather is nice, people are going to be out on the trails. They're changing some of the rules about e-bikes and some of the trails in Snowmass, I know. And I think that just understanding how to keep everybody safe in terms of having fun doing the activities they want to do and making sure we can all enjoy, because exercise is the basis of health for everybody. And if that's walking or biking, we need to make sure that everybody has a safe way to access something that's really important to their health. So I do think this is a Board of Health issue that I'm hoping might come your way eventually.
We would enjoy your recommendations, so thank you for that. Greg.
Oh yeah, this is fun. Krista has been the vice chair now for several terms, and it's been such a pleasure. So I'm trying to think of a question I could ask you that you haven't already answered. But I just want to express that it's so great to have Krista there. As everyone knows, when I walk into that room, I'm the only non-medical professional on the board or in the room generally, and so I rely so heavily on her. And as well on Dr. Levin. It's been so great to be on the board with you. So, I'll vote for you. But I appreciate you bringing up the bicycles. I did not plant those cyclists on the trail at the same time as you.
I did tell the people I was talking to, I was like, you got to call your county commissioners.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Krista, for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for your work. It's really important to the county. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I enjoy it.
And again, we appreciated your son's presentation this morning. We appreciated your support last week. Again, the only objections we got in the flavored tobacco ban were from NATO, the North American Tobacco Organization. So, but we appreciated your support and Dr. Levin's support. And all the work that went into that ban. So thanks for your time as well.
Thank you.
Anything else for Dr. Kiesel? Excellent. Enjoy your afternoon. Get outside and exercise on an acoustic bicycle.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, we have Chelsea.
Yeah, excellent. Sorry to interrupt your meeting, Ms. Clark. How are you?
Commissioners, good afternoon. Nice
Welcome.
to see everyone.
Good to see you.
Good to be here. This is my first meeting in person since I had a baby.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I've been at home doing stuff. it's nice to actually put on pants, jeans, and go somewhere for a reason. So, yeah, I'm a new mom, and I have a 6-month-old baby boy named Walter after Walter Krupke.
Awesome. So the question for you, how's it going on P&Z? And just sort of, I mean, this is a renewal, so there's an opportunity sort of to reflect on what's going right, what else you need from the Board of County Commissioners, what you'd like to see going forward. The BoCC and P&Z largely have not met together for a while. Mostly
I know.
because,
That was
mostly
one of
because
my
like,
things in my
yeah.
comments for what we could do better is meeting with
Yeah.
each other.
And I think the comp plan, I think it was sort of a separate stream between P&Z and BoCC. So I think that was intentional to keep the sort of approval process floating at P&Z and then coming back to BoCC. So whereas in former master plans and others, there were joint meetings for the comp plan, I think it was intentional to run it as two separate
Really,
boards.
that's funny because I would have preferred to like take
Yeah.
your temperature
Yeah.
before acting today.
Yeah.
I guess we'll
How's-
just wait and see what you guys do then too.
How's the community feedback been so far?
Surprisingly adversary.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe typical, that like the squeaky wheels that are in opposition and public comment that isn't opposition to, what do they call it, upzoning, downzoning, and their personal opinions come out late in the game, like after the draft initial work had been done, then we have a lot of feedback now, and there's a lot of public in the room next door actually planning to say things in opposition to adoption of the comp plan.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Mostly around land use?
Taking too broad or radical of a stance in contrast to what the various caucuses have decided, or feel like the Woody Creek caucus is in opposition and feeling like we're spreading the urban growth boundary into the places where they have felt the pressure historically, and so the caucus's leaders are pushing back a little bit.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I know. That was my surprise too.
So largely land use then? Density, land use?
Yeah, urban growth boundary location and what's allowed within that, and opportunity for affordable housing in rural areas is probably a big thorn in the side for some of the caucuses.
Yeah.
Lots of people, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I really appreciate that you want to stay on because, as you know, we are loading you guys up. And it is a big job.
It all comes at a speed that feels doable, though.
Oh,
I
that's
don't feel
great.
overloaded at all.
That's great to hear because I know that there's just so many things for you to consider right now and kind of big scale stuff. So it takes a lot of homework, and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to continue doing that.
Actually, it was a huge decision because of the timing of having a baby. And one of the reasons I felt like I should be here to see you guys today is to give you something that has nothing to do with this interview, but feedback that this county has completely failed young families in providing childcare.
Yeah.
100% failure. Even my pediatrician told me that Aspen Valley Health don't send your children to the daycares here. They're not high enough quality that like your child will be safe.
Really?
Well, maybe they'll help fund it.
Well, I think our stipend that
I think
we've
we
been
have
paying.
a good budget in this county.
You know, we had that stipend that we've been paying from the ARPA funds that we started, 3 years ago? Have we run out? Are we done?
Just the last year, but we just sent checks 2 weeks ago or something for the final year of that program.
Yeah. So that was our, attempt to retain the child care workers we have, but sorry to hear that a pediatrician is saying that they're inadequate.
There's small amounts of daycare, limited amounts of daycare with long wait lists.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and they don't accept the name of the child in utero. So you get your name on the wait list when they're born. And you stay on the wait list. And you can go back to work if you have in-home childcare. In-home childcare, anybody want to guess what it is per hour?
No, I can't imagine.
$50 an hour in Aspen, $35 in Carbondale. So I'm, as an attorney, I immediately raised my hourly rate from one number to $35 more. And told all my clients, this is why. Childcare is this in this area. But
Wow.
I think it's something that I will continue to push for as a community member, unrelated to P&Z, but I wanted to be here in front of you to share with you my experience, because being here today is costing me $50 an hour for childcare.
Yeah, this is your public comment time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm hearing those numbers are different. My daughter runs a childcare. She no longer has a wait list because she doesn't have people signing up. She's in Glenwood. Our school, which is right next door to my daughter's, has vacancies. They can't find people to fill spots.
In Glenwood?
I don't know why that is, but it's happening. There's been a shift, and I think that's something we need to.
They can't find the kids to fill the spots, or the teachers?
Kids. I need to drive down Valley
Kids at our school.
to drop my kid off at daycare.
People who do. Anything else you'd like to see between P&Z and BoCC in 2026, given you've got a pretty full calendar?
I would like to meet with you guys again together, just to kind of talk about long-range goals, because that's what we're supposed to consider when we're making decisions day to day. And I think our board is new, relatively new. There's like 4 new seats of people that I haven't gotten a chance to really debate with in a healthy manner, so that we kind of can throw each other's comments around casually, but also professionally, and understand where the other person's coming from. So we need to work together more in a long range setting, so that we understand what goals we're tasked with. Little things like knowing that P&Z never breaks the ridge line for a view plane or something, and that we kind of historically have never done that, because that's something that the commissioners also like give us feedback on, and don't want to see a ridge line with a house sticking out of it, something along those lines. Is just good policy that's not written, that we like to just have subconsciously when we're making decisions, and we can't get that without meeting together and talking about things like that.
Yeah, some suggestions from you guys on that would be great. So you're right, we should be together to do that.
And also, one really big important thing that we need to take time to work with on staff is, in a work session, is each member of the P&Z's position with regard to GMQS scoring and how that works, because you can buy points with a donation. And that's not all bad. The recipients of, a $50,000, $100,000 boost to the fire department, or for e-bikes or cycles in one part of town where someone's receiving GMQS, I'm sure they're happy to get those funds, but it's rubbed a lot of the new commissioners the wrong way. And so understanding the balance between that point scoring system and how it came to be allowable, and how that cost has risen to applicants, and some applicants do 100,000, some do 25,000. Pulling a number out of the air and hoping that it's enough to buy their point for creativity to add to their opportunity to get square footage. It's a little arbitrary, so just having a healthy debate among the P&Z commissioners about how that works and whether everyone thinks it's appropriate would be interesting feedback.
We were talking about that not too long ago, and how it definitely favors the wealthy.
Yeah, we have. Or somebody else thought of this, what if you were already giving that amount? Like, what if you had it in your budget because you're a philanthropist and you're adding an addition to your house anyway, and you already were planning on giving X amount for tax purposes a year, and you just slid it in as a donation? Like, does it matter? I don't know, but it's just a question to think about.
Yeah, well, it'd be great if when we have a joint meeting, if you guys actually had some, like an idea paper to bring to us for us to consider as, as
Yeah, we could do a case study, or like just review of an old application that we've approved and how we followed the county scoring, or the decision for the P&Z to score it ourselves and not take staff's recommendations, that's always an interesting question too, and a balancing act. So we could take a case study and go through it together.
And it really is great to see you in person.
I don't know how I feel about being out. I'm watching the clock. I'm like, am I going to get a text
I'm
message?
sure.
Congratulations, Ted, on being appointed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm learning a lot. I just learned a lot sitting here listening. I think this is actually caucus outreach. Yes, I need to be more up to speed on that. We should hang out more as groups. And just a reminder on the childcare topic. I mean, I know we're sort of here to interview you, I suppose, but I just feel like I just got a lot out of that. So, as I am here every day so
I have
far.
a lot to say.
Yeah.
And I've been shut inside for like months.
Right. But they're very good. They're very good
ready to
points.
talk.
Glad we've got her.
I imagine you go out walking.
I do. Yeah, I run into everybody out walking and see you guys out and about. And I see your wife on the trails a lot too. You guys are very active, and I love that about you.
Anything else you want to share with the board?
Oh, I was going to ask a question.
Please, or
if you were to tell us how much of your time is spent on just cut and dry code interpretation, or trying to figure out what the intent was, or discussing philosophy among the board, how is that balance?
Among us as a group.
In other words, like how much of it is trying to interpret what the code means versus it being
Well,
pretty.
when Rye is in the room, it's a lot easier because we can just ask him.
Yeah.
And I'm a lawyer, so legal language is easy for me to read and interpret. I shouldn't say easy, but it's generally easy if it's well written. And then we have another senior member on the board, Joe Kraybacher, who's also a lawyer. So if one of us is in the meeting, he and I usually look at each other and kind of agree immediately on like that word shouldn't be there, or change this from a shall to a may, or we help rewrite the resolution sometimes and wordsmith efficiently to take what the group is discussing as a recommendation. And Jeffrey really helped me learn how to do this in our years past on the P&Z together. But to hear what everybody's saying and want to see a little bit of a shift based on public feedback, and then change the language with one new sentence in the resolution to reflect that comment. And we're pretty efficient with it between Rye, myself, Joe, and staff. And then the staff is usually sent with a little bit of homework to take that red line and make it happen.
So if time was spent with us, what would you want to be, in general, what would you want to talk about?
Like
Other than childcare. I'll get to that question too.
Yeah, sorry, that was a selfish insert.
No problem.
Just policy, general like unwritten policy or like long range preferences for what you want to see as far as direction of now the comprehensive plan's done, like how we're going to start accepting new applications and reviewing those in compliance with the forthcoming like land use code amendments, and where you guys see gaps in the things that come to you that we could hopefully learn from, because different types of applications, you guys do different types of work, and some of that is land use and some of it's not, but there's a crossover. And so whatever you see as a crossover that hasn't come across our table, tell us about it so that we can incorporate it into what we're thinking about too.
I look forward to the meeting. And my last question was just back to the healthcare. How much do you know about what we've done to support healthcare and what exists? I'm sure you've explored it. Childcare. Sorry, childcare. Thank you.
Well, it depends on my locale, because I've had the baby here in Aspen and then tried to live in Carbondale, but it was absolutely impossible because it's too hard to work in Aspen and commute up Valley. And so now I'm back in Aspen full time. And I've looked at daycares in Aspen proper and some down Valley, like in Blue Lake, but that's not in Pickens County. I think it's just the cost of living in the county. It's not like the individual locations, although the early learning center is the one that my pediatrician said, don't put your child in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Dr. Shaw. And I went and toured it, and I kind of agreed with him when I saw like the ratio of adults to babies. And my son's only 5 months old, so
It's
I
a
might be-
state requirement that you can't breach what the state requires you to do. So you can't overload your classroom just to, they inspect on random basis. They just show up and it's.
Yeah, it's their turnover of staffing.
So
Well, that's
It's
because
the-
we pay them $4 an hour and expect them to be able to live here.
Yeah, it's turnover of staffing, and then what happens to people who work in daycares? They get sick all the time.
Of course they do.
So there's this rampant illness flowing through that place, and that's what the pediatrician was telling
But
me.
see, by the time
Chelsea, we
it gets
need to
kindergarten, they'll be immune
Thanks,
to all of
thanks
it.
for letting us double book you this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I am I supposed
Oh,
to
he's
go?
gonna cut.
Sorry.
I want to make sure you get back next door.
Yeah.
Back to us.
But anyway, I'm happy to come meet with you again.
I look
When
forward.
invite me
And
back.
again, congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you
Might be
for
by Zoom, though.
venturing out and coming and seeing us.
Yeah, and I wrote that in my application. I'm happy to be a participant, but a lot of them might have to be by Zoom just so I can still be at home and for now. So anyway,
Thank you.
hi guys.
Thanks.
Thanks,
See
Charlotte.
ya.
Okay.
Thank you. Bruce Gordon.
So we have Bruce.
Bruce is in the room.
You're not double
Bruce.
booked.
Hi, everybody.
Good to see you.
Well,
Hey.
everybody, yeah.
So you're renewing. Why?
I sometimes ask myself. Well, I feel like I have sort of a unique role in that board, having lived here this long and knowing so many people in the community, and a lot of people are always coming to me, and so I feel good about that. So I want to continue to do that.
Well, you haven't always agreed with the BoCC on the airport and the
No,
future of the airport.
Absolutely not. And,
But it's awesome that you're hanging in there. And do you see slightly more clear sailing in the near future?
yes, I think those were pretty rough waters going on, and whereas I saw both sides. I mean, talking about me personally, I mean, what I was trying to do is convey to our board and me, which gets to you, that there was a rift in the community. They really felt differently, and a lot of people were very vociferous to me about that. And so I'd sit there and I'd have my voice heard, but I was listening pretty hard, and it got sort of ugly to me. I'm the liaison to the pilot group, and a lot of people who are newcomers coming in here were just, Amory, had some ideas that were a little far-fetched in my opinion, but it was his opinion, and doesn't take away from some of his accomplishments through the years. And these people were just about gutter talking him, and it was disturbing. So that was what was going on. I think that's all been settled out. I think that once the FAA made its position very clear, there wasn't much to discuss anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys learned about that early on.
Yeah.
And I think it was took a little more time for it to, get out to the community, get out to even the advisory board. The advisory board go, oh, well, yeah, this is the way it has to be, and now how can we make it the best of the way it has to be?
I appreciate that you see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also, when you say clear sailing, I think the terminal is everyone's doing a really good job. There's a great collaborative effort. The people that have been picked to run the architecture,
force?
the whole
Oh,
process,
the
and
architecture.
they made an extra effort and to get out to the community and really have the community involved in what they're talking about.
That's great. Good to hear. And our relationship with pilots is going to be okay?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, pilots are pilots. They're, I definitely understand that where they're coming from, and it's just, and I didn't mind them having their their opinions about it. I just didn't like some of the rhetoric.
The manner, yeah.
They just, I've known, people like Amory a long time, and I've disagreed with him through the years about a lot of things, but there was no need to castigate him in that position. I mean, the guy's done some good things, and he's still out there doing things. I mean, there's a big controversy now going on about these nanoparticles or something like
Yeah,
that.
right.
And so I'm on all these little subcommittees, and I hear about this, and I think it's a good discussion that's going on.
Not
That's
from
all
my
you can
side,
ask
it's
for.
not.
Sorry?
I'm getting beaten up over it, so.
In what regard?
Oh, because I don't respond adequately, because I don't respond at all. It's
Oh.
Amory and Ellen, yeah.
Ellen's,
I'm not actually telling them what they want to hear, and
yeah.
it's been going on for, how long have we been dealing with the airport ballot question? 3 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg?
No questions. Just thank you for reapplying. I think you're an asset, and knowing you as long as I have, I know you're very willing to speak your mind, and you don't hold back when you need to say something, and that's very important to me. I think to all of us.
Thanks. Yeah, I do it with integrity. I do it with care. I don't mean to denigrate anybody, because I understand there's two sides to all this stuff. And I felt good about that. It was very difficult for me on that vote. That was really good. I was in South Africa on that vote, midnight, and I stayed up for it, and I went this way and that way. I said, well, this has got to represent, a sizable amount of people that are talking to me. And, and as a pilot myself, I've had good experience at this airport for 40 years. Everybody has done a good job. They've done their best. And the community is growing. It's a different place now, and, things have to change.
Can I throw my
And they're changing in a nice way.
Can we go to Ted and then
Go to Ted,
curveball?
and I'll think about the curveball.
Hey, Bruce. Thank you. As I learn more about this every day, gauging just questions, I would just ask you, what do you see at this point with it as a concern for you, if anything? There's no wrong answer. Looking at where we are right now.
About the airport right now?
Yeah, right now, looking at what you see, how it's progressing, I'm just curious.
I'm really optimistic about it. I mean, I really think that people have done their due diligence, and they're on schedule. God knows what's going to happen with that. You got the airport closures, but the people are trying to pave the way to make that as seamless as possible. And again, I've been very impressed with the architectural collaboration. I know Charles Conniff from years of being around here, and I was very happy they picked him. I think he does good work. And then the guys who were he said initially I didn't understand how it all worked, but the guys that are the Z something, whatever.
CGF.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with that guy. I mean, and they work so well together. I watched them talking, and I listened in at all the meetings, all the community meetings that they've had up here, down valley, and they're wonderful dealing with the community. And they put out these boards that say, what are things you'd like to do on this? Would you like to look at this? So I'm very pleased with that, and it all seems to be going pretty well. Today we just finalized. I was in a meeting this afternoon, the safety committee.
I was
And so we
wondering
picked
about that.
people for the safety committee, and I was on that, and then they wanted to make it a different entity. And so there was really good discussion, and there's very competent people on board, experienced pilots that are going to be contributing to that discussion.
Excellent.
Where are you going to put your plane when we're closed?
Glenwood. I got space already. But they screwed it up. I thought I was in there early enough. I don't know if you know Glenwood. It's got a little bit of a tilt. And so my tail's up this way, so I have to push it up now instead of pushing it down. Which
I've flown out of Glenwood with you.
So,
Thank you for that.
Wrap up questions for Bruce, and then we've got to go to Levi.
I'm good.
Greg,
I'm
wrap
good.
up.
I'm actually
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us. Sorry we're
nice to
a
see
little
you
late.
guys. I know
Yeah.
you're amazing what you do.
Oh, thank you,
So
Bruce.
thank
Good to see
Great
you.
to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Mr. Boris, legislative update. Thank you.
I'll be as fast as I can. Levi.
Yes, please. You wait this long in the day, and we promote you. So.
Hey, all you have to do is wait for Michaela to ask.
And thanks for being flexible in the day, and apologies. We tried to get a 2-hour presentation into an hour, and we were told at the table it was a 2-hour presentation. So
No problem at all.
We're going to miss it, Greg.
Sorry.
We're going to miss the reception day.
No, we aren't. We'll be late. That's fine. Late's good.
Oh, the one at the Meadows to celebrate the property we bought in Garfield County? In Eagle County?
And Eagle, yeah.
Oh, you see how I am.
5 to 6:30, I think.
All right.
Let's go on.
Good afternoon, Board. Levi Borst with the Manager's Office, here for a bi-weekly legislative update. I'll probably just skip some of my witty banter intro and
It's good.
and jump
This
right
is
in.
Home Act?
Yes. So I attached in your packet the amendment L028. I just wanted to close the loop. We spoke about this before, but I wanted to make sure that the board saw that amendment that pretty much made this piece of legislation not apply to Pickens County.
I didn't see it. What did it say?
The two parts that are interesting on 028, addition of a qualifying property must be a municipality or a portion of a county that is within a census designated place with a population of 5,000 or more, that is also within a 3-mile area extending in any direction from any point in a municipality.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
And our senator guys voted against the Home Act, which is pretty amazing. He came to the cast dinner and told us he'd voted no that afternoon. It was awesome.
Did he say why?
Yeah, he said, well, it doesn't apply to Pickens. I mean, it doesn't help Pickens. It doesn't work for Pickens. It doesn't work for, he named a couple of other places. And that they're my constituents, so he voted against it.
Oh, the guy that never responded to our invitation to come talk with
So,
us?
for the
That might have been
for the
my
bills, please.
Mistake, not his.
Staff?
Because he's responding to me
So
now.
we're
That's
gonna,
who I left to
we're
talk
gonna
with.
stick with the bills on the
I
page
talked
if
to
you guys
Gary
wanna
about
get
it.
to your cocktail, sorry.
Oh, excuse me.
Right, moving along, property tax proceeding for non-residential property. And this was a conversation we had with the board probably midsummer. This was an Eagle County legislative priority through CCI. And they were most concerned, well, about the structure of the process and the amount that it was costing them, not only in terms of staff time, but also in abatement interest for things that they lost. So to cut right to kind of the three changes that their legislation is looking to enact, is looking to provide penalties for false information. So if people knowingly provide false information to the abatement process, there should be some sort of penalty. The second is providing the county the option to move any appeals from the BAA into district court. Under current law, the petitioner has the ability to do that, but the county does not. And so this would give the county the option to say, hey, this is too complex of a matter for the BAA to deal with. Too many legal questions, we'd like to move this into district court. And then third is a waiver, excuse me, of the right to interest during the tax appeal process if certain conditions are met. And so if the county erred, then we could be on the hook for the abatement interest. But if the petitioner provided incomplete information or knowingly drugged the process out or provided false information, then the county shouldn't be on the hook for that 1% per month abatement interest penalty.
Well, that's what Matt was talking about at the meeting.
Yeah, Commissioner Scher, you mean? Yeah, they're very excited about this. I think they've got one kind of notorious bad actor in their region that abuses this process and basically looks at it as a way to park millions of dollars and earn a 12% APR
Right.
on that interest.
Yep.
So I think it's part of their business plan.
Can we move the little box so we can see what the bill numbers are?
I don't know if I can move that.
Thank you.
I can.
Hiding them, hiding. Thank you.
And so as I mentioned, we talked about this over the summer when this was just first a little baby legislative concept. And Rye was in one of those meetings and showed a lot of interest in the concept. And when I talked to him today, he hasn't had a chance to read the legislation yet, but he's definitely sees these as good changes. So CCI, obviously they're the ones running the bill. They're in full support. And CCAT took a level 3 support on Friday. And this is in finance on the 19th, on Thursday. So I know Eagle County would love Pickens' support on that, but that's about the extent of what I can tell you there. I know Eagle is looking to have either a board member or an assessor testify in support if able, if there's agreement to do that on Thursday. So that's
This Thursday?
This Thursday. I think it's on adjournment and it's last. It's like 6 o'clock at night, 5 or 6 o'clock at night.
And I think from Pitkin County, I think we're in support from a process because, of course, we would want to have that same freedom in supporting Eagle County. I think of what we experience here on the ground in Pitkin County, we don't have that same issue. And there's a couple reasons I couldn't, maybe Levi in your conversations with Deb or the attorney, couldn't unpack totally why, but I think we're resolving when we don't have as much issue in the non-residential spaces here, and two, we seem to have our, just kind of how we're deferring out to hearing officers, and that process that we have set up seems to be addressing a lot of those issues there rather than this referral that we have to the district court. So I think we would be in support as a process piece of it for sure, and to have that afforded to us as far as practice of any issues that have come up where we would need it. We have not, to my knowledge, we're not aware of we have needed that process in the past that would have saved us from other dollars being lost.
We deal with abatements plenty though.
Mm-hmm.
I think our total abatement interest over the last 5 years is $226,000.
Just in interest?
Just in
Including
interest.
residential?
Well, and that's the problem, is that I didn't have a way to separate residential and
see.
commercial at the time. But when you go through the roll, each interest is like $600, $900. There's not one big standout of this particular entity or property owners really jamming us up.
Okay.
Questions on that? County Enforcement Authority. So we've also talked about this a couple times in the past, yeah. And I would say that the 3-4 different pieces that this would add to existing authority, one is a fine structure. So it adds up to $2,650 was just amended in, but up to $2,650 per day as part of the fine structure, whereas now I think it's $100 per day. Which doesn't really motivate people to resolve the situation sometimes. Unfortunately, this doesn't address the per incident for things like the airport, where those are limited to $1,000, and some of those folks aren't motivated by that amount. So anyway, maybe we can do that next year. This allows counties to recoup an additional 10% above the cost of actual mitigation if we, the county, take mitigation for someone's noxious weed problem or unlawful structure problem or whatever it may be. This would allow code enforcement officers to issue summons, whereas now I think it needs to be sheriff's deputies. And so this kind of allows people with intimate knowledge of the county code outside of the criminal statute to issue those summons. So it's really a more appropriate person to be issuing the summons. I think sheriff's deputies will still be able to, if needed. And then this allows for relief in county or district court. And as it stands now, I think injunctive relief is in county and the other piece is in district, so we end up fighting these battles in 2 different courts, and this allows those to merge. Similar to the last bill, CCI ran the bill, they're in full support. CCAT is level 2 support. And in the past, we've talked to the board and kind of gotten some interest in the concept, just in terms of increasing our flexibility to deal with these problems. So nothing much has changed that I know of from RISE perspective, and now that we actually have a bill to talk about, I'll bring it back.
Thank you.
Oh, this one's fun. So this is a 70-page tax bill that closes a lot of tax credits on the corporate side, tobacco side, and ultimately creates a pretty big state revenue increase. But the fun part, hopefully you all could see that in the attachment, is section 15. It introduces a $1.50 sustainable aviation fuel tax credit, and I'm sure the board remembers this was a legislative priority that we've presented each of the last 2 years at CCI, hoping to get some legislation to do that. And so Section 15, I don't know if Rep Brown was listening or in on our board meetings or if somebody told him, but it is almost exactly what we proposed. So I thought that was really interesting and kind of exciting. And additionally, Section 7 addresses EV tax credit extension and increase. And there are also other changes to what qualifies for wildfire mitigation tax credits, renewables, geothermal networks, and things like that. So a lot of the deductions that go away create this huge surplus, and then these credits we're extending just chips away a little bit at the surplus. So they're estimating $89 million in state revenue for 26-27, and then 159 in state revenue in out years.
That doesn't have to be refunded under Tabor?
Well, some of it goes to increases Tabor refunds, and then some of it is classified as de minimis and doesn't need to go back to voters for a change to keep some. So the fiscal notes is pretty interesting on that one.
Where's the revenue coming from? Because it looks like most of what you've listed is money going back out to people.
Credits.
Yeah, I didn't list a lot of the credits that are going away. A lot of them are on things like tax stamps on wholesale tobacco products and inventory on tobacco, and it looks like a lot of tobacco things.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun. So what is teased on 313? What does that mean? Teased.
Because CCAT hadn't even put this bill on their radar yet, and I was in a legislative meeting with them on Friday and said, hey, can we talk about this? What do y'all think about
So you're
that?
just
I
saying,
teased
so
it
they.
with them.
Okay. I'm like, what is?
Actual tease.
Yeah.
I know, I've never heard that
Yeah.
term. They teased the bill. Okay.
He's trying to tease the information out of them.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping we can get some good conversation going. That's a smart bunch there. And I'm sure with 70 pages of tax legislation, it could get butchered at committee pretty hard. And it's in-house finance.
That'll be the place that gets butchered the most. Probably.
That says 316, but I don't know if it went yesterday or not. Probably did. I'll look at that. Anyway, the Section 15 thing was thrilling to me because this is the same rep that we were trying to get legislation through that did the aviation impacts on communities legislation in 24 that we were hoping to build on. So
You must be in the right job because there are very few people who would say tax information is thrilling.
Yeah.
Jumping out of the seat and nonetheless.
Right. One thing I don't have on here is that SAF credit is limited for the initial years to $3 million in total. So that doesn't buy a ton of gallons of SAF, but I think it's a start, and like a lot of legislation, it might be easier to change it once it's in.
And it's a nod.
For sure. And that is individual users. So I don't think like the FBO could claim that credit and then skim the $1.50 from the GA users. I think that's end users only. A person is what the statute says. Just a couple more, I promise. This was also in your packet, a proposed Initiative 175, Restore Our Roads. So they're out getting signatures now.
This is the asphalt.
Yeah, this is
initiative.
the asphalt lobby.
This is the Rachel Passion bill.
Yeah, so it diverts money to road transportation, which as defined in the ballot language is construction and maintenance, safety improvements, administrative costs, and the state patrol. And it would divert the numbers listed here out of the general fund to support those four causes. So
940 million.
yeah.
From a general fund that's already in a deficit of how much?
Yeah.
The revenue forecast is about $1 billion short this year.
I thought it was 2. No, that was last year.
It's two over the, yeah. It's hard to keep up
$1 billion, $2 billion.
at some point. So these other things that we fund are kind of listed in sequence of how much we're spending on those. So our biggest expense is Medicaid, K-12, higher education, and then other things. And those things are all hurting for money as it is. So I don't know if we get much of an opportunity to advocate one way or the other, but it's an interesting conversation. How many voters are affected by what they perceive to be poor roads versus how many voters are positively impacted by things like Medicaid and K-12 funding, and where does that land? Kind of a scary proposition.
Where does this stand?
They're collecting signatures now. So in all probability, it'll be on the ballot in November.
So, and the other one is 185 is the other one we're looking at?
Is that
that's
the income tax?
No, there's another one that's cooperating at the federal level with ICE. It's Prop
will have to
185.
get back to you on that.
Yeah, you and I have been on that with the sheriff.
Okay, yeah, I've seen one on that. But I'm not prepared to talk about it right now.
Well, we won't make you.
Thank you. And this might be my last piece that I just wanted to make sure all of the board members know about. Modification of county, there's supposed to be a Y there, don't read that. Elected officer salary categories. So the board remembers the resolution was this last month, February 10th or 11th, to change Pickens County's salary categories from 2B to 1A. And it's been kind of a saga. Senator Simpson amended Pickens out of the bill in committee a week ago. And kind of despite being provided all the information about our public process, an amended resolution or a second resolution that corrected that typo, there still seems to be some debate as to where we stand here. I know Jeffrey's reached out to Rep. Velasco, and I've reached out to her staff, and we've both been in conversations with CCI about, hey, what's happening here? And the rumor, I just call it a rumor, is that Velasco will amend Pickens back in when the Senate bill goes into House committee, which just hasn't been scheduled yet.
Well, just to catch you up, I talked with Julie McCluskey on Thursday night at CAST. She immediately got in touch with her staff. She said she would be on top of it. And then I talked with Mark Catlin, and he just called me back and told me that he's going to talk to Julie. And he says absolutely should amend the bill rather than writing a new bill, because he would be willing to do it, but he said I'd have to go in with the late bill, and it's a huge muck-a-muck, and you don't want to do that. So he said it's much better if Elizabeth could just amend it with Julie's support. So he was going to call Julie, and he said he'd text me about where they are.
Awesome.
And I also was stepping out and talking with Kelly from CCI and talking with Kelly from CCI to get her the information for Senator Simpson to bring it back into the bill too. So I think we are on a path, hopefully. And
Did she say anything about about what happened?
Not that, just I said, is it a concern? Her perspective was in working with Senator Simpson has carried these bills the past few times. It's kind of, he questions quite a lot. It's some of his MO, I guess. And so she was not, he's doing his due diligence, and she didn't seem too worried and thought we could get back in with Senator Simpson. But we will keep ourselves.
Patty.
Yeah, so if it gets amended in the House, is it a significant enough amendment has to go back to the Senate?
Yeah, they would.
It's got a ways to go. And what happens if Pickens doesn't get put back in?
Well, it's already passed with just Dolores. It passed the Senate with Dolores in the body, but us
I
not.
know.
Oh.
But what happens if Pickens doesn't get put back in there? And so how long does Pickens County have to wait to raise salaries? 4 years, and next year? I don't know what that time frame would be.
So there's a couple different options, I think some of which is being explored. If we are not put into this bill, our immediate option is to pursue a second bill, which it sounds like might be an option. It would be a late bill, but we don't want to do that. But that is an option within this session. If that does not pass, we can come back to this board. We could discuss it being a home rule charter amendment.
Okay, so there's
still is a possibility. I think everyone would like to see it come through the legislature.
And then, okay, so there's other avenues, or if there's a delay to a certain time, how long Would Picken County have to wait? Is this a one shot for the next 4 years, or you could bring it back next year?
We could bring it back next year, but it will not apply to anyone with terms beginning in 2027.
That
Yeah.
put aside.
Yep.
Yeah, Mark was surprised that we couldn't just do it. And so I explained to him that with home rule, you could, but our charter elected to write it so that we had to go to the legislature.
So I have a question. Are we supporting Eagle County's letter? That being asked of us now?
So that was my last piece.
Oh, thank you.
And Deb let me know, our assessor, that the Statutory Advisory Committee tabled the new language, so they've elected to not move forward with any changes to that language. So Eagle County's letter is no longer necessary, and we don't need to worry about it at all.
Holding pattern.
Yeah, so that's the best news for the day, is the piece that got lopped off the end.
Anything else we missed?
Nope. And then I think I just have a couple updates, unless the board wants to
Solar
take.
sighting?
I've still not seen that bill.
Thank you.
We do have the Safe Passages draft. Hasn't been introduced yet, but we got a draft last week about
Billings.
Senator Roberts' Keep Colorado Wild, $5 increase to the Keep Colorado Wild opt-in pass. So we can discuss that at our next meeting, and I'll share the draft with everybody there, and maybe we'll actually have legislation by then.
It's not very much money.
No, I think that's a good start. It doesn't raise a lot, but at least starts the awareness.
And then my only question is if the board cares to take any positions on the first three bills that we went through. I can scroll back up to them if that's helpful.
1, 2, and 3 in the list in our packet, or the first
ye-
3 you talked to us about?
Well, the first three, aside from the amendment. So County Enforcement Authority is House Bill 1239.
Why would we not support that?
We did. In past conversations with Rye, we supported this. We were concerned with the current fee structure and fine structure, and that we at the county level were in support when we had a conversation with Rye previously.
We just didn't have language at the time, so I don't know if.
So I'm looking for thumbs up from the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why we would not support it.
Agreed.
Yeah, so we would support it with CCI.
We've been trying to
Plus
get
you're
that
the one
done
who gets
for
to
how
ticket.
many years now?
And the second was Eagle County's, our 70-page SAF bill.
Jumping out of the seat, section 15, we support.
Well, we have to support this to support you.
He's so excited.
We support Levi.
Thank you.
Yeah. We got thumbs up around the
Yes.
table.
And I'll circle back to see if we get any meaningful amendments. One thing I forgot to mention is CCI's amend position here. Senate Bill, House Bill 1102, that's a typo, don't look at that either, is looking to take money from HUTF and fund the DRIVES program, which is the software that the clerks use. And so CCI's only amendment request out of this entire bill was that some of the surplus be used to backfill the amount of money that comes out of HUTF. And there's plenty of money if the revenue forecast is correct, so that's the only amendment they wanted.
What is the drives? Is that with DMV or is it with that part of the clerks? Oh, there's a nexus there.
And
What about restore our roads? Are you assuming we're anti?
I don't assume anything.
Of course not. I'm against it.
I can't see how we would allow the state to defund Medicaid K through 12 funding, higher education, LEAF, drives, emergency medical services, all the stuff we've been supporting. I mean, it's a tough decision. We need roads, but people need Medicaid and school funding, education.
They could always get rid of Tabor.
I think what's missing from this slide is sort of the CDOT perspective, which is they neither have state funding nor federal funding, so they're hurting.
Well, Medicaid neither has state funding
I'm
or
just
federal
saying
funding.
that's the one piece that is missed. There was one piece missing to this slide, which is the fiscal constraints hitting CDOT at the same time.
Right.
They don't know where their federal grants are, and they're getting their money swept back into the general fund. So they're hurting, and so it's not. We should add that piece to the overall conversation. Not saying it improves the picture, but that's the backdrop.
But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the attachments in your packet were pretty opinionated in one direction, so I did not have the CDOT perspective. That's a good call.
The state patrol, if we let them have some more money, I'm sure they're stop more vans, that look suspicious.
So, and the third bill?
And the third bill was property tax for non-residential property, Eagle County's property tax process bill.
I think we're gonna find 5 thumbs up in the room.
Yeah, just
Thank
support Eagle.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks, Levi.
I don't know where it's gonna go,
Thanks again
but-
for your patience today.
No problem. And if anyone wants to testify on this, let me know.
I just want
That's-
to know if you got the cartoon I left on your desk.
I did, on eggshells.
So
Thank you.
So grassroots, if there's nothing else, I know we can go to open discussion, but I'm also conscious of the fact that some people want to.
Well, we have future agendas too, don't we?
We have a board retreat all day tomorrow as well.
So what does that have to do with future agendas?
Future agendas.
I just have one quick update. I don't know what else you all have. I can save the others. I just wanted to check in and talking with Rye. It sounds like there might be potential longer exec time next week, and so wanted to see if you all were available for a working lunch next Tuesday for exec time.
I'll be in Mexico,
Okay.
but I'll try to attend.
Okay.
Sure, working lunch break.
And I told Andrew that if he really wants us to do the cyber thing and he wants to do it at a lunch meeting, that'd be a lot more interesting to us to do it at lunch if the county provided the lunch.
Francie volunteered herself to represent all of us at that cyber training.
Anything else on future agendas?
Nothing pressing.
I have one. What in the heck is the human services policies that we're going to be hearing in April 8th?
So
I have no idea what the human services policies are.
So a lot of those policies, a few, maybe last year, you all have designated Lindsay, because so many of the policies come through and are mandated by the state. You all have designated Lindsay to be able to sign off on those policies. So this is her rather than coming as one-offs, she's bringing the whole lump sum to
I thought
you.
we were having a policy book that we had to review and approve.
We can make one for you.
No. I'm fine with what you just explained.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else future agendas? Yeah, apologies to the board for trying to get 2 hours into 1 hour today with Mr. Breitbart.
I have one open agenda that,
Please. Open discussion?
Open discussion. So I just want you all to be aware and wanted to get your sense. So I think you all have probably heard from Cavern Springs is the mobile home park that they are trying to raise $10 million. They are up for sale for $23 million. Myself and Ashley met with them last week. My understanding is right now that West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition isn't taking quite the same approach with the other ones, but it will be looking at doing an analysis and assessment and trying to bring all the municipal partners or local governments together as an ask rather than trying to do one-offs of individual asks. So we're waiting for further information from West Mountain Regional, but wanted to offer it up to you. We could come with that information next week. I know that there's also been a request for Cavern Springs to come and make a direct request to you all as well. So we could set some of that time up for you next week, or staff can come with a little bit more due diligence and bring more information for all of you.
Jeffrey's looking at me, I'll just say, I'd rather that staff filtered it. It just makes it that much more efficient and quick for everybody.
Can you send me whatever you have on it, because I'm having lunch with Perry Will on Thursday.
Yes, I will.
Well, yeah, it'd be nice if, I understand the need to preserve these mobile home parks, but we're getting deeper and deeper into Garfield County without any contributions from Garfield County.
That's why I'm meeting with him.
Yeah, thank you.
And we said the same thing as we need to see.
We have
Garfield
our own
County
trailer
coming up.
park we need to be putting money into.
They did sit at RAFTA last week, though, first time.
Excellent. Anything else in open
He told me
discussion?
they were gonna withdraw
That
any
is the only
funding.
item.
Any other
That's
open
their plan
discussion items?
presently.
They don't
Yeah.
give enough to
Fancy
make
open
any.
discussion.
He told me in Washington when I was there with him.
Crazy.
Open this-
Okay, was that a,
Motion to adjourn, we're adjourned.
Wait, I have a real quick question. Looking at our agenda for Tuesday, as it's currently in our future agendas, We're done at 3:30, so do we really need to work through lunch for exec? Can we?
Aren't we done at?
I can talk to Ryan if we move. Sorry, I can connect with Ryan if we want to move some exec time to 1 o'clock.
Or we could just work through lunch and end early too.
I know, but this board needs a break now and then because people need to get out of this space.
Okay, whatever, I'm fine with it.
Whatever.
We give my best regards. I'm not gonna go.
Well, okay.
It's too late.
It's too late.
By the time we get there, it'll be
Kayla, thank you.
6.
It ends at
Kim,
6:30.
Kim, thank you.
An
Grassroots.
appearance is all,
We're-
you know,
we're
an
adjourned.
appearance would be worth making.
Where do I go? Ed Meadows, where do I?
Well, first of all, are you driving?
Yes, want me to drive you?
Yeah, because I don't have a car.
Perfect, okay, I'll go.
See you all.